Let us pray. Almighty God, who in wisdom and goodness have appointed the office of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you've been pleased to call to the performance of important trusts in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to enforce the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
I'll do the communication a little later.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions.
Honorable Association.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to read the petition regarding implementation of the competency-based curriculum in our country. Honorable Speaker, I, the undersigned, on behalf of the parents and education stakeholders who are signatories to this petition, draw the attention of the House to the following: that formal education in Kenya was initially comprised of 7 years primary school, 4 years secondary school, 2 years of high school, and 3 years of university education between 1964 and 1985, before being replaced by the 844 system of education in a bid to address concerns that the basic education previously provided lacked the necessary content to promote widespread sustainable self-employment. Honorable Speaker, that the Kenyan primary school curriculum was implemented in all public schools and most private schools, with the exception of international schools, which typically offer the British or American curriculum and entail the study of English, Kiswahili, mathematics, science, social studies, religious education, creative arts, physical education, and life skills, with pupils taking a national examination at the end of the primary cycle, which determined placement in secondary schools. Third, Honorable Speaker, in a major departure from the 844 system, the competency-based curriculum system that was launched in 2017 comprises of 2 years of pre-primary education, 6 years of primary education, 3 years of junior secondary education, and 3 years of senior secondary education, and 3 years of university education. That, Honorable Speaker, the objective of the CBC in its theoretical framework is to assure competence of learners in communication and collaboration, critical thinking and problem solving, imagination and creativity, citizenship, learning to learn, self-efficacy, and digital literacy at the end of each learning cycle. That, Honorable Speaker, the CBC places emphasis on competence development rather than on the acquisition of content knowledge. Thus, this effectively means that the teaching and learning process has to change its orientation, and even the teaching pedagogy of teachers has to change from rote memorization of content to acquisition of skills and competencies useful for solving real-life problems. That, Honorable Speaker, teaching methods including role play, problem solving, projects, case studies, study visits, and other learner-centered strategies in which the teacher is expected to switch from one role of an expert to that of a facilitator who guides the learning process, and learners are expected to take responsibility for their own learning through direct exploration and experience. That, Honorable Speaker, the revised curriculum requires teachers to design effective learning activities geared towards the development of specific competencies and to frequently assess their students using assessment methods such as portfolios, classroom or field observation, projects, oral presentations, self-assessments, interviews, and peer assessments. That, Honorable Speaker, teachers are also required to change from a norm reference to a criterion reference judgment of learners' capabilities or competencies to determine their progress, including providing continuous, timely, and constructive feedback to inform learners about the strengths and weaknesses of their performance, since instruction and learning are reviewed and modified based on the feedback. That, Honorable Speaker, the recent research studies by various groups, Kenya National Union of Teachers and others, reveals that Kenyan schools are woefully unprepared to implement the CBC system, which is phasing out the 844 system, and concluded that implementation of CBC was hurriedly undertaken while the majority of teachers were not sufficiently trained in CBC content and teaching methods. That, Honorable Speaker, the same reports noted that the resources and infrastructure required for learning, assessment, and capacity building under CBC are non-existent or inadequate, and that parents and other stakeholders have not been involved in the reform process, nor have public awareness campaigns been conducted following the rollout of CBC. Honorable Speaker, that additional challenges include adequate human and material resources, incongruencies between content and pedagogical practices, poor public participation, and lack of alignment between CBC formulation, teacher capacity development, selection and supply of learning materials, and assessments that have all led to poor implementation and unavailability of relevant CBC materials. That, Honorable Speaker, the curriculum was poorly planned and hastily introduced in schools without taking into consideration the country's resource constraints, and was rolled out with an inadequate database of basic information such as the number of schools or teachers in the country, which led to the hijacking of the curriculum reform process by technocrats and foreign consultants at the expense of the practitioners. That, Honorable Speaker, as a direct consequence of these fundamental failures, the role of teachers in curriculum design became marginal, while the curriculum was framed and mystified by obscurity that have made CBC to be viewed as an elitist intervention, with teachers being burdened by complex procedures for developing learning programs. That, Honorable Speaker, efforts by parents and other education stakeholders to resolve the matters have been futile. That, Honorable Speaker, Section 41 of the Basic Education Act number 4 of 2013 recognizes the 844 as legal education system to be offered by Kenyan schools by the government of Kenya, and that the law has not been amended rendering the CBC illegal. And that, Honorable Speaker, the matters raised in this petition are not pending in any court of law in the Republic of Kenya. Now, therefore, Honorable Speaker, your humble petitioners pray that the National Assembly, through the Departmental Committee on Education and Research, one, consider scaling down changes in the education from the extensive reforms being undertaken down to review to ensure sustainability, smooth implementation of Kenyan school curriculum. Two, that intervenes with a view of scrapping the implementation of competency-based curriculum and further subjecting it to forensic auditing and replacing it with the previous well-versed and tested 844 curriculum system that has served this country for 36 years. Three, Honorable Speaker, to recommend for accountability and action to be taken against the state officers and individuals for their susceptible actions through investigations and prosecutions for the current failure and mess of the curriculum. And four, Honorable Speaker, make any other recommendation that it deems fit in the circumstances of this petition. And your petitioners will ever pray. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
But are you right to say that the matters presented here are not before any court, not pending before a court of law? Honorable Tieno Molo, what's your point of order?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, indeed, I listened very carefully to the Honorable Sosion prosecute that petition in detail. And Mr. Speaker, I rise under Standing Order 89.3C for your guidance. Mr. Speaker, I believe we are aware, I am aware, that 6 days ago, a petition number E371 was filed regarding the CBC. And I legitimately asked my honorable friend whether the issues are the same. He assured me they are not the same. Mr. Speaker, I think before considering committing this petition to the departmental committee, it would be good to get guidance from you, perhaps after substantiation by Honorable Sosion, on why the petition is different from the one in court. I think it would help this House even to know how to navigate the petition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Indeed, that's the same issue that I wanted the Honorable Sosion to clarify, because you say that the matters are not pending before any court of law. I guess, would you want to comment on that, Honorable Sosion?
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, matters before court of law may not necessarily be connected with the items that I've raised here, and I've said as such. And the proof of the same can be proved in the process of addressing this petition. Yes, indeed, there's an application in court related to CBC, but not necessarily to the prayers that I've specified in this petition. So, Honorable Speaker, I believe very strongly that what I've placed before the House is not contained in the prayers that have been placed by other Kenyans through other means in the courts of law. So the issues raised here can be competently adjudicated by the National Assembly.
Sure. You see, the House could go and do a few things, as you suggest, Honorable Sosion. But should the court arrive at a different decision, different from ours will have been an exercise in futility. I mean, we must be alive to that. I see there are a few members who want to comment, but Honorable Kimunya, you.
Yes, indeed. Indeed, my worry was to do with the matters in court. But even as we look at this petition, and I'm sure Honorable Sosion is quite aware of this matter, him having been a member of the Education Committee. We did present in this very house a paper, I believe, on that anchored this session of paper number 1 of 2019. Also remind ourselves that over the last 5 years or so, it's now in the 5 year of implementation. Our children have been going to school under this new system for the last 5 years and have now transited, as it were. So any of these people now trying to challenge a system need to know that there are children who have gone through 5 years of a new education system. Don't know whether they intend that this should now be reversed and they go back to standard 1 or the 844, which has been discarded. So, I mean, there are some things that we need to think in the greater public interest, in line with our calling for the welfare society, and just for, you know, and really justice for all. And those are the things that.
And ask for your indulgence that probably this is a matter that shouldn't, and I want to support what Honorable Tiende Amolo said, that I would suggest that we don't commit this matter to the committee and allow the judiciary to deal with it, so that we don't exercise legislative power in futility. Because obviously when committees start sitting, there will be resources that will be spent on this exercise. There will be summoning of government officials who will be leaving the offices to deal with this matter. And by the end of the day, you may find that whatever is being, as my friend, and I know is passionate about matters education, and he has actually not been very happy with this CBC from day one. So it is not something new, and we must credit him because he has a belief, which probably some of us who are not experts in matters education, we don't know. And we need to give him credit for that. But the matter before us is whether this issue is in court or not. And if it is, he's saying that issues that is conversing are not in court, there is a very thin line, Mr. Speaker. I don't really understand how the prayers that have been presented here can fail to find their way in this matter in court. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Sosion, since you are aware of, maybe you could find out from the Honorable Tiende Amolo the exact case number. I think you said E something. E371 of 2021. Before even we allow further comments on this matter, sorry for all of you and intended to make comments. No, because you see, Honorable Tiende Amolo on number 89. Before I can allow you to make comments, I would want the Honorable Sosion, so that I make a proper determination to get me the pleadings. Get me the pleadings in that case number E3, is this 371? 371. So that I look at I go through the pleadings, look at the prayers sought, and find out whether they are similar or not similar to the ones that are in this petition. Because, as Honorable John Bandi has just said, there is a possibility, if we refer this petition as it is to the committee will be calling state officers or public officers who might actually just frustrate the committee by saying, simple, that I'm not going to say this because it is the same thing that the court is expecting, and I don't know whether if I diverge what I have to say, it's going to affect the fair determination of the matter in court. And therefore the committee will remain in limbo, not being able to make a qualitative determination on the prayers sought in this petition. Because there's likely to be, I don't know, people are mischievous. This petition and indeed the entire House on grounds that, no, I'm not going to say anything on this matter because it is in court. So, Honorable Position, I don't know whether you'll be minded to, would you mind to favor me with the pleadings in that case so that I'll be able to, I'll report to the House my findings, compare the two.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Well, indeed, the legal, the court concerns are true. This petition was taken through the
Honorable
Honorable
I still have the
Speaker.
authority to do that.
I will oblige to look
And
at the
all I
pleadings.
want is just to make, to be able to see whether we don't want to frustrate the intention of this petition.
Honorable
But
Speaker.
remember, you have said the matters that you've raised here are not pending before any court of law. That is, and the Honorable Otiende Amolo has given even the case number. Now, unless I see the pleadings in the court case, I'm not able to make from where I am as to whether what you have stated, first of all, whether what you have stated is correct or not, in light of the point of order raised by the Honorable Otiende Amolo.
Honorable Speaker, I'll ensure that I get the pleadings that are in court and place it before you tomorrow.
It's a public document, but since they're in court, it's not. They are not secret documents. You should be able to get as early as possible. Honorable Sosion, I will make a determination. It's just a few hours, a few minutes maybe. I will, depending on what it is that they're pleading there, so that we see whether it is the same. And if it is, then, or if they are not exactly the same, what directions to give to the committee, so that if there's a way we can advise the committee on the areas to tackle vis-a-vis the matter in court. That would be a better way of dealing the matter, as opposed to me now deciding that your petition contravenes the rules. Which is not, because I don't know, it has just been alleged. And you also, I think, are aware of that matter. And raise it, but I don't know the court number, the case number. Or do you have difficulties? If you have difficulties getting it, Honorable Sosion, then I can direct the clerk to affair those ones. In which case, still won't stay then the further progression of this petition. Which route would you? I'm sure from you, given your industry, you are an industrious man, Honorable Sosion. That I recognize, and I'm sure through your industry, you can get you would be faster.
As you direct, I will get it and ensure that I comply with your directions.
And just bring them in person. Bring them. We'll go through the pleadings with you, so that there is nothing that is is done without your participation.
Much obliged, Honorable Speaker.
The member for Muhaya, from where he's sitting, unofficially suggests, I can hear him whispering that he has them. Maybe it could be of assistance. So we'll stop further processing of this petition, so that we get this, so that we can be able to move faster. Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Sorry, honourable members, before we go to that, I'm indicating that this communication that honourable members, I was waiting for as many of you as possible to come, because this is critical, assuming for those of you who have been participating actively in the House, it may be useful. Honourable members, as you are aware, It is the practice of every House to undertake a review of the rules of procedure towards the end of its term for use by subsequent Houses. The review process, which takes about a year and culminates with the submission and adoption of a report by the House, is largely steered by senior parliamentary staff with the guidance of the Procedure and House Rules Committee chaired by the Speaker. Further, Standing Order number 264 requires the Procedure and House Rules Committee to review the Parliament for consideration by the House. Honourable members, this practice, principally adopted from other established Commonwealth jurisdictions, has been useful in affording members an opportunity to enrich the rules of procedure based on their experiences and empirical interaction with the various professions. The regular usage of the rules by members, both in plenary and in committee, undoubtedly provides members with first-hand experience on their applicability. It is on this basis, honourable members, that the review process becomes important for future parliaments, as it is premised on views of the actual users of the rules of procedure. Members are therefore best placed to highlight gaps which help in continually improving and making the rules more practical and responsive to the ever-evolving environment within the institution, apart from learning from legislatures in comparable jurisdictions where individual honourable members and committees have visited, and how the rules of procedure remain anchored within our nascent constitutional framework. Honourable members, from the foregoing, it is, and in keeping with this practice, the Clerk of the National Assembly, in consultation with the Procedure and House Rules Committee, a technical team, to commence the process of collation of views and any proposed amendments to the standing orders as part of the end of the House, isolating any provisions it may recommend for amendment or repeal. It is envisaged that this process of collation will be concluded by the 15th of November, 2021. You are therefore encouraged to give your views before then. Honourable members, in considering the proposals from the various stakeholders, I implore the Procedure and House Rules Committee under the leadership of my very able deputy, the Honourable Moses Cheboy, CBS MP, not to shy away from genuinely relooking at all the provisions in our current standing orders, including A, the system of governance and bicameral nature of our legislature, B, the subsisting committee system, focusing on areas such as size, composition, operations, effectiveness, and efficiency of our committees. C, areas of improvement in the general parliamentary oversight, focusing on any aspects or areas that may not have received the due attention, including but not limited to our budget processes and oversight mechanisms over the national debt. D, the place of and mechanisms for consideration of the reports submitted to the House by Cabinet Secretaries under Article 153, Clause 4, Paragraph B of the Constitution. E, the place of constitutional commissions and independent offices and their place in our rules of procedure, including the consideration of their reports submitted to the House pursuant to provisions of Article 254 of the Constitution. And finally, consideration of the various speakers' rulings, as well as judicial decisions that have a bearing on the procedures of the House. In this regard, honourable members, as your Speaker, the chairperson of the Procedural House Rules Committee, I therefore notify that the House of the commencement of this important exercise, being the end-term review of the rules of procedure of the House, to invite all honourable members to make written submissions to the committee on any areas they feel they require a review or repeal. 3, require the Procedure and House Rules Committee to arrange meetings with the leaderships of the House, including committee leaderships, to seek their views on areas requiring review in our rules of procedure. And 4, require the Clerk of the National Assembly to facilitate the process of seeking views of the public and other external stakeholders by way of invitations in the media. The House is accordingly guided. I thank you. Honourable members, I think, and this is important because I would want to hear views about the sizes of our committees and the efficiencies, particularly in their current composition, size, and modus operandi. Next order.
Okay. Order number 5, papers.
Leader majority.
Honourable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, September the 23rd, 2021, afternoon sitting. Number 1, the reports of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect to the following institutions for the year ended 30th of June 2019, and the certificates therein. A, the Pharmacy and Poisons Board, the Kenya Marine and Fisheries Research Institute, University of Embu, the Kenya Safari Lodges and Hotels Limited, Kenya Utalii College, the National Government Constituencies Development Fund for Kajiado South, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University of Science and Technology, the Kenya Medical Research Institute, Murang'a University of Technology, the National Hospital Insurance Fund, the Kenya Medical Laboratory Technicians and Technologists Board, Export Promotion Council, and lastly, Moi University, the Nursing Council of Kenya, Africa Institute for Capacity Development, and lastly, a case study on integrated delivery of selected and communicable diseases in Kenya by the Moi Teaching Referral Hospital. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
The Chairman, Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing.
I thank you, Honourable Speaker. And Honourable Speaker, I beg to lay the following amended convention on seafarers' identity documents 2003, close the brackets. 3, the International Labour Organization Convention C188, in bracket, Honourable Speaker, Work in Fishing Convention 2007, close the bracket. 4, the International Convention on the Standards of Training, Certification, and Watchkeeping for the Fishing Vessels, Personnel, 1995. And finally, Honourable Speaker, number 5, the Cape Town Agreement of 2021 on safety of fishing vessels. I thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Honourable Kosing.
Again, Honourable Speaker, thank you very much for this opportunity again. And Honourable Speaker, I beg to give the following notice, of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing on the ratification of the 2014 and 2018 amendment to the Maritime Labour Convention 2006, the International Labour Organization Convention C185, amended Convention on Seafarers' Identity Documents 2003, the International Labour Organization Convention C188, Work in Fishing Convention 2007, the International Convention on Standards of Training, Certification, and Watchkeeping for Fishing Vessels, Personnel, 1995, and the Cape Town Agreement of 2021 on safety of fishing vessels, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, September 23rd, 2021, and Honourable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Section 8, subsection 4 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act 2012, approves the ratification of the 2014 and 2018 amendment to the Maritime Labour Convention 2006, the International Labour Organization Convention C185, amended Convention on Seafarers' Identity Document 2003, the International Labour Organization Convention C188, work on Fishing Convention 2007, the International Convention on the Standards of Training, Certification, and Watchkeeping for Fishing Vessels Personnel 1995, and the Cape Town Agreement of 2021 on safety of fishing vessels. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Ezekiel Machogu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, sir, I beg to give notice of the following motion that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Member Services and Facilities on a study visit to the Legislative Assembly of Alberta, Canada, that took place on 14th to 18th October 2019, laid on the table of this House on a Tuesday, December 1st, 2020. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Sankok.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise to give notice of a motion of adjournment and definite matter of urgent national importance to discuss security in Laikipia County. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 33-1, I seek leave for adjournment of the House for the purpose of discussing the security in Laikipia County, especially Laikipia North. Honorable Speaker, in the last few weeks, Laikipia County, especially Laikipia North, has been in the news for the rampant insecurity because of rampant banditry attack, cattle rustling, tribal clashes, and other insecurity incidences. Honorable Speaker, specifically, Sosian Ward of Ormoran Sub-County in Laikipia North Constituency has gone through perennial skirmishes which have caused enormous loss of life, destruction of property, and constant disruption of learning. This has therefore necessitated the rearming and facilitation of Community National Police Reserve, that is NRP, to assist in protection of life and property, proper facilitation of security-prone police posts and stations, both in equipment and personnel, opening up and maintenance of security roads for ease of movement of security personnel, and address the emotive issue of historical land injustices to put to rest politicization of land issue. Honorable Speaker, I therefore seek for the adjournment of the House in order to discuss this matter so as to chart the way forward and propose possible lasting solution to this recurring problem. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
You have support?
Wait, Simameni bwana. Simameni.
Honourable members, okay, the Honourable Sankok has the numbers, although many of you are on your feet and you don't know what it is you are. Well, the Honourable Sankok is seeking the House to move the motion that the House adjourns to discuss the issue of insecurity in Laikipia, and says that one of the reasons for that is to finally find a way on how to move forward. But it is good for me to advise the Honorable Sankok that in a motion of adjournment, you talk, and then after that you walk, you go home. You don't resolve anyway. So it is okay. It's okay for members to talk, even if to talk aimlessly, especially at this time when August 9th, 2022 is close. But maybe to allow the House to no, there's another, remember there's...
What steps, Mr. Speaker, what steps has the ministry taken to ensure timely disbursement of funds to the beneficiaries of the program countrywide? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question will be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Labor and Social Welfare. Next question is by the member for Matuga, the Honorable Kasim Tandaza. The Honorable Kasim Tandaza. Next question is by the member for Makueni, the Honorable Daniel Gitonga Manzo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask question.
Member for Homabay Town, the Honorable Peter Opondo Kaluma. Honorable Kaluma. Next question is by the member for Tigania West, Honorable Dr. John Mutunga Kanywidia.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to ask this question. My question is to the Cabinet Secretary, Interior and Coordination of National Government. What measures has the ministry taken to address the insecurity in Tigania West constituency, which has escalated in the recent past? And number two, could the Cabinet Secretary indicate whether police across the country, especially those serving in Tigania West, have undergone retraining for enhanced service delivery following the recent police reforms, which, among other things, resulted in the merger of regular and administration police?
No, they cannot. If they Honorable John Bandi, what is it that you want to say on behalf of?
Mr. Speaker, I agree with you entirely on the rules of the House, and Mr. Speaker, I don't want to belittle the rules of the House, but I'm just being with you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Peter Kaluma, we had this emergency, Mr. Speaker, in Homabay, and it happened right in his constituency. We actually organized for his emergency flight to go and be together and help see or witness the rescue mission. 2 people are up to now, Mr. Speaker. 2 bodies have not been recovered. And those are the people who can be accounted for. But you never know, Mr. Speaker, how many probably boarded that boat and were not listed. So, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to ask you to treat this as an extraordinary case and allow Peter Kaluma, I know he should have informed the Speaker, but this is a decision we took last night, literally, Mr. Speaker.
Then, very well, I'm persuaded. Then we defer the question. We don't drop it. And I think, honourable members, as I've told you to go and make suggestions to the standing orders, there is a difference between deferment and dropping. When it is dropped, it shall not see the light of day for the next 6 months. But when it is deferred, it can be brought back to the order paper even next week, or as soon as the honourable member is himself available. Very well. Next segment is responses to statements or requests. Are there requests? Is it Honorable Kaunya? Is that the Honorable Kaunya?
Yes.
Very well. What do your request, please?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to the Standing Order number 44C, I wish to request for a statement from the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock regarding the distribution of cotton seeds to farmers for the 2021 planting season and the revival of the cotton industry. Honorable Speaker, in the 2020 planting season, the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock provided cotton seeds and pesticides to farmers following the launch of the BT cotton on 11th of March 2020 at Alupe in Busia. During the launch, Honorable Speaker, the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture promised to avail BT cotton seeds to farmers from the last season, that is 2020, to 2021 season. In 2020, farmers produced 60 tons of cotton, for example, in Teso North, after they were provided with 11 tons of ordinary cotton seeds by the ministry, as it prepared to fully avail the BT cotton seeds beginning this planting season onset March 2021. However, it is noted with concern that the BT cotton seeds have not been distributed as promised by the Cabinet Secretary for the 2021 planting season, which began in March and it's almost ending. Honorable Speaker, in an effort to revive the cotton industry in Kenya, there were plans to revive cotton ginneries in addition to facilitating cotton farmers. The Malaba Malakisi Farmers Cooperative Society, which draws farmers from the wider Teso North and Teso South and parts of Bungoma County, in a bid to jumpstart the cotton farming and production, managed to install 2 ginneries machines at Malaba Malakisi Ginnery, which was commissioned on 15th of March 2021. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek a statement from the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock, to address the following. 1, could the Chairperson explain the status of BT cotton growing in the country? Number 2, how much funds have been allocated for the revival of ginneries, and in particular the old Katakwa ginnery in Teso North? Number 3, could the Chairperson explain why the ministry is yet to distribute the BT cotton seeds to farmers for the 2021 planting season, and whether there are plans to place or to ensure farmers receive these seeds before the end of the planting season? And number 4, could the Chairperson explain measures put in place to ensure that cotton ginneries are revived to promote cotton production in the country? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Is that the Chair of Education? Sorry, Honorable Kaunya, directed to the Chair of Education, of Agriculture?
Chair, Departmental Committee of Agriculture and Livestock.
Yes. Who is the Vice Chair? Who is the Vice Chair? No, I mean, you know, that's why I'm telling you, and I hope you pay attention to what. Please, it is important when you are looking at the review of the standing orders to also look at the sizes of our current committees and propose appropriate adjustments on, particularly regarding mandates. There are some committees which seem to have a very, very wide mandates, and there is obviously need to split them and create more chairs. Of course, create more chair. We want more chairmen as chairwomen, or you call them chairpersons. Chairwomen and chairmen. Yes, please. It is important. We want as many chairwomen and chairmen also in the House. Then your request will be channeled through the office of the Leader of Majority. Yeah, Honorable Ambogo, you also have a statement, request. Yes?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 44, paragraph 2C, I arise to request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Finance and Planning regarding the upsurge of the unregulated investment schemes and financial fraudsters in the country. Honorable Speaker, there has been a recent upsurge of unregulated investment schemes, also known as Ponzi schemes, and financial fraudsters in the country. These fraudsters and schemes are defrauding many unsuspecting Kenyans of their hard-earned money. The organizers of the said schemes often promise rapid and high financial returns with little or no risk, as well as guaranteed return, primarily targeting the elderly, retirees, job seekers, students, and persons within the middle and lower income brackets. Honorable Speaker, the companies and individuals running POSI schemes are exploiting the regulatory gaps and poor enforcement of administrative measures to con and manipulate people of their hard-earned money, many of them desperate, poor, and highly vulnerable. The damage these schemes can inflict requires a determined regulatory response to shut them down at an early stage before they gain momentum. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning on the following. 1. How many regulated and unregulated schemes are in existence in the country, if any, and could the chairperson provide a list of the said schemes? 4. What plans, if any, are underway to organize sensitization programs on the ills of POSI schemes, as well as financial literacy lessons to encourage the citizen on available government's empowerment programs for the unemployed person and any other economically challenged groups for possible safer ways of investment so as to reduce the inclination to invest in such unregulated schemes? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chairperson, Finance. The Chairperson, Finance, how long?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker,
The chairperson can't just walk on her 2 feet without the card.
No, it's in the bag. So I was trying to look for it. But thank you, Honorable Speaker. Maybe in 4 weeks we can come back on that, because, Honorable Speaker, you know that we have an urgent matter on this from this House that we have to deal with in the next 2 weeks. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. I think that's reasonable. Responses. The first, the chairperson Agriculture to give a statement on a response to a request made by the Honorable Okaunya. Are you the chair of Agriculture? No, Agriculture. A vice chair? Who is the vice chair now? Oh, but Honorable Alguru has already, she herself and requested Honorable Kalasinga to ask a question on her behalf. So, Honorable Kaunya, I think we defer this to next week, when hopefully the two will be, either of them or both of them will be present to respond. The next response is by the Chair of Finance to a request by, what is this? Oh, these are requests, actually. They are not responses. Yeah. Then the next request is by the Honorable Kangogo, who had written to request something but has suddenly appeared.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I had, this question was supposed to be yesterday, and I requested to be deferred to this afternoon. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 442C, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee of Environment and the Natural Resources regarding the status of land ownership in Embolot area of Marakwet East constituency, which is classified as a forest land. Honorable Speaker, Article 40 of the Constitution provides a protection of the rights to property, and further Article 60 outlines the principles of land policy which every Kenyan should uphold. In light of the above, Honorable Speaker, the current residents of Embolot area have inhabited the area since the time immemorial, and that such occupation has been uninterrupted and continuous. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, by virtue of law, the current occupants have satisfied the dictates and the requirements of the doctrines of adverse possession, and thereby entitled to henceforth assume or acquire the legal ownership of the said land, notwithstanding any other circumstance. Honorable Speaker, in the apparent and the record that the conflicts which have been occurring in the said area over the years have been triggered by land possession rights and land occupation on the basis of de facto assurance arising from the land grabbing and evictions, which has been undermining the security of tenure and disrupting the uninterrupted and the unchallenged possession. Honorable Speaker, it's against this background that I seek the statement from the Chair, Personal Departmental Committee of Environment and Natural Resources on the following. 1, what is the actual status on demarcation of forest cut line in Embobut and Embolot area of Marakwet East? Number 2, the actual possession and use of land over the several generations by the residents without any formal adjudication and registration. And number 3, Honorable Speaker, what measures has the ministry put in place to ensure the current residents of Embobut Embolot are granted permanent ownership on the said land to address the issues of insecurity currently experienced in the area? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chairman, Committee on Environment and Natural Resources, or the Vice Chair, Honorable Sophia. You have a card.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we'll take 2 weeks to give response to the matter, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much.
Honorable Kangogo, I think that's okay. Very well. Thank you very much. Next order. We will skip a small item which Leader Majority will be addressing to later in the statement from the House Business Committee.
Order number 8, procedural motion, limitation of debate on specified reports of petitions.
Leader Majority.
Yeah, thank you. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move the following procedural motion that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 97-1 and following the resolution of the House of August 17, 2021, with respect to debate on 3 specified reports of petitions, this House orders that each speech in a debate on reports of petitions be limited as follows. A maximum of 1 hour and 20 minutes, with not more than 15 minutes for the mover in moving and 5 minutes for any other member speaking, including the leader of the majority party and the leader of the minority party, and at 5 minutes before the expiry of the time, the mover be called upon to reply, and further the priority in speaking be accorded to the leader of the majority party and the leader of the minority party in that order. And Honorable Speaker, the essence of this is we've not been providing for how we transact on debate on petitions, because ideally petitions are disposed of and the response is given to a member. But when it has to be discussed here, as indeed the 3 that are listed on the order paper, then we need to provide for a time limit, because we could go on forever to just for neatness of prosecuting the matter and giving adequate time to the people who are involved to actually do it. And what the House Business Committee did consider is that we give the chair of the committee that's responding adequate time to prosecute the matter, up to 15 minutes, and up to 12 members, each speaking at 5 minutes, which should now cover the member who raised the issue, plus the neighbors and others who are affected. And then we'll have at least adequately covered the matter with at least 12 members speaking, but also giving enough time for other businesses to be conducted. So it's really for neatness of how we prosecute this matter. Especially like now, it's already going to 4. We only have 2 hours. So even as we think of we have 3 hours, I'd like to urge members now that we also have the motion of adjournment that has come, that we look at the 1 hour, 20 minutes as the absolute time rather than, an entitlement, so that we could, at least enable the petitioners or the members who are affected to get the responses in the course of today. But today going forward, for these 3, I'd like the House to approve that we limit to not more than 1 hour, 20 minutes on each one of them. With those, I beg to move and ask the Leader of Minority Party to second.
John Bundy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is basically a procedural motion, and matters petitions and discussing reports coming out of petition to committees is something that is gaining traction in this House and is becoming very popular. And I think this is the right time to agree on how much time to allocate to discussions on reports of petitions. And the House Business Committee, Mr. Speaker, was proposing that we limit it to 1 hour, 20 minutes, and have at least 12 members contribute to such a debate. Mr. Speaker, I don't have much to say. This is a procedural motion. I beg to second.
Is that member still working, or is he standing still? Okay, honourable members, and I think even listening to what the Leader Majority and the Leader Minority have said, and also in keeping with my earlier communication on the review of standing orders, I think this motion is a good instance about us rethinking how we treat petitions. Because if you read Rule 226 and 227, petitions, though reported on, are merely supposed to, the reports are merely supposed to be sent to the petitioners. And I think it is not a fair way to spend public resources, that a committee of this House would go out there, do investigations, and just send the report to the petition, to the owner, like return to sender. I think we need, please, honourable members, I think these are some of the things that we need to also think through in making proposals, so that at least the House gets to know what it is that the committee has found regarding whatever petition, and then also allocate sufficient time within which to consider those reports. Therefore, honourable members, I propose the question, is that pursuant to the Professional Standing Order number 97-1, and following the resolution of the House on August 17, 2021, with respect to debate on 3 specified reports of petitions, this House orders that each speech in a debate on reports of petitions be limited as follows: a maximum of 1 hour and 20 minutes, with not more than 15 minutes for the mover in moving, and 5 minutes for any other member speaking, including the leaders of majority and minority, and that 5 minutes before the expiry of the time, the mover be called upon to reply, and further, that priority in speaking be accorded to the leader of majority and the leader of minority in that order. I put the question that the motion as read be approved. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? As many as contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next. Sorry, before we go to the next order, Leader of Majority, can you conclude on number 7?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 44-2A, I rise to give the following statement on behalf of the House Business Committee, which met on Tuesday, the 21st of September 2021, to prioritize business for consideration. Honorable Speaker, I wish to welcome members from the long recess and hope they have had a chance to interact with their constituents, take a well-deserved break, and are now energized to conduct business in the next 4 weeks. Honorable Speaker, the following business has been tentatively scheduled for consideration on Tuesday next week. At the Committee of the Whole House, we'll be looking at the National Hospital Insurance Fund Amendment Bill of 2021, and the second reading of the Landlord and Tenant Bill of 2021 and the Health Laws Amendment Bill of 2021. We also hope to consider the committee reports on the following matters: the ratification on agreement amending the air transport agreement between Kenya and the United States, and also the sessional paper number 1 on the national water policy. Mr. Speaker, I'm informed that there are no questions that have been scheduled to be answered by Cabinet Secretaries in the coming week. I believe the chairs have been collating all this and coordinating, so we'll be reporting that next Thursday. Honorable Speaker, the House Business Committee will reconvene on Tuesday, the 28th of September 2021, to schedule business for the rest of the week. I now wish to lay this statement on the table of the House. Thank you.
Very well. Next order.
Order number 9, motion. Report of the Committee of the Whole House on the Irrigation Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2021. Question to be put and third reading.
Order, members. Order. The member for Samburu. Order, members, debate on this motion, which was concluded in the Committee of the Whole House. What remained was a question to be put, and having confirmed that it is okay to put the question, I proceed to do so, which is that this House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Irrigation Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2021. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? As many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Irrigation Amendment Bill, the National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2021, be now read a third time, and wish to really thank the members for the effort they put in the prosecution and processing of this bill in such a short time, and I do hope that it sorts out our food security issues, especially within the irrigation areas. I also request the Honorable Junet Mohammed to second.
Honorable Junet.
Mr. Speaker, I second.
Honourable members, I propose the question, which is that the Irrigation Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2021, be now read a third time. Yeah. Honourable members, having confirmed that we still correct, I therefore put the question, which is that the Irrigation Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2021, be now read a third time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Irrigation Act.
Next.
Order number 10, the Social Assistance Repeal Bill, National Assembly Bill number 16 of 2020, second reading. Question to be put.
Now that member. Suddenly it's going to behave as though you know where you have entered. You know, honour members, you remember in debates about whether to invite cabinet secretaries into the floor of the House of Representatives in the United States of America, an argument was put that the floor of the House is so hallowed, it cannot be contaminated with the presence of footsteps of unelected citizens. So therefore, similarly, when we attempted to do the same here in the last parliament, some of you did raise the same issue. So when you also walk in here, you know you are in the hallowed place. So, honour members, I put the question, which is that the Social Assistance Repeal Bill, National Assembly Bill number 16 of 2020, be now read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? As many of contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The nays have it. The nays have it. Yeah? No, there's no contestation. Very well, next order.
Order number 11, the Tax Appeals Tribunal Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 19 of 2021. Question to be put.
Very well. Very well. Can we, Honorable Sankok, Honorable John Bandi, can we make a determination on this other one? Now, we want to deal with this one. We want to deal with this other one. We want to put a question on another one. Again, honour members, the debate on this one was concluded yesterday, and what remained was for the question to be put, which I hereby do. The tax appeals, I put the question, which is that the Tax Appeals Tribunal Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 19 of 2021, be read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. As many as of the contrary opinion say nay? No. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Tax Appeals Tribunal Act 2013 and for connected purposes.
Next order.
Order number 12, motion, approval of nominees to 3 National Government Constituency Development Fund committees.
The chairperson or chairman, select committee on the National Government Constituency Development Fund. This is with regard to nominees to the CDCs of Nambale constituency, Sirisia constituency, and Ponchari. I hope the members...
this time, Mr. Speaker, they are present.
Okay, very well.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to move that pursuant to provisions of Section 43, subsection 4 of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Act 2015, and paragraphs 5, subparagraph 2 and 10 of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Regulations 2016, this House approves the list of nominees for appointment to the following 3 constituency committees of the National Government Constituency Development Fund laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, August 3, 2021, and Tuesday, August 17, 2021, respectively. Mr. Speaker, the first one is Nambale constituency. It has 1 member, Truvosa Ngobiro Muyodi, a female youth representative. Then, the Speaker, the second one is Sirisia constituency, and I can see Honorable Luke also around. It has one member, one David Watwati Punguswa, a male adult representative. The third constituency, Mr. Speaker, is Bonjari, which has a bigger list. All the 7 members, Mr. Speaker. I'll read them quickly. 1, Jared Achando Nyakea, male youth representative. Joseph Mokua Somoni, male adult representative. Helena Kemunto Moranga, female youth representative. Christine Bonare Mbeki, female adult representative. Helen Bonareri Ondieki, representative of persons with disability. Charles Ogaro Nyangoto, nominee of the constituency office, male. And finally, number 7, Monica Mwango Suleimani, nominee of the constituency office, a female. Mr. Speaker, this is also a straightforward motion. We are required in fulfillment of the requirements of the provisions of the CDF Act and regulations to cause the approval of members of the different constituency committees. But I want to use this chance, Mr. Speaker, to say that only about, Mr. Speaker, only about 30 constituencies have submitted their proposals for projects. While we are pursuing the Treasury to release funds for the first quarter, and we are almost there, Mr. Speaker. So far, we have received close to the first quarter, about 8 billion, Mr. Speaker. And when we attain more than 10 billion, we would have realized the first quarter, Mr. Speaker. This afternoon, I was talking to the CS and is assured that maybe in the next couple of days, he would have released the money to attain the first quarter. But we are hoping that by December, we will be above 50%, so that every constituency would have received the funds for development. And we'll make sure that next year, before it gets late, all constituencies have received their full allocation. So we ask members to make sure that they submit the project proposals, Mr. Speaker. With those few remarks, I wish to ask the Honorable Maoka Maore to second.
Honorable Maore.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I second.
Honourable members, I propose a question, which is that pursuant to the provisions of Section 43, subsection 4 of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund Act 2015, and paragraphs 5, subparagraph 2 and 10 of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund Regulations 2016, this House approves the list of nominees for appointment to the following 3 constituencies committees of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, August 3rd, 2021, and Tuesday, August 17th, 2021, respectively. The constituencies being Nambale constituency, 1 nominee, Triforsa Ngobiro Muyondi, female youth rep, and Sirisia constituency, 1 rep being David Watwati Bunguswa, male adult representative, and 7 nominees into the Bonchari constituency as listed on the order paper. I put the question. Unless the members from those constituencies have objections. You have objections? Just to, I mean, they'll be approved. So, honourable members, I put the question, which is that pursuant to the provisions of Section 43, subsection 4 of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Act 2015 and paragraph 5, subparagraphs 2 and 10 of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund Regulations 2016, this House approves the list of nominees for appointment to the following 3 constituencies of the National Government Constituency Development Fund laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, August 3rd, 2021, and Tuesday, August 17, 2021, respectively, being Nambale constituency, one rep, and Sirisia constituency, 1 rep, and 7 representatives into the Bonchari constituency committees. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Aye. As many as contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Next.
Order number 13, the draft election campaign financing regulations. Motion, the draft election campaign financing regulations.
The Vice Chair, Committee on Delegated Legislation, Honorable Njagagwa.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the draft election campaign financing regulations laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 5th August 2021, and committed to the Committee on Delegated Legislation for scrutiny. Mr. Speaker, the regulations outline the principles and objects of the campaign financing regulations and consideration by persons who bear duties under the Act, powers of the IBC, composition of the registration of authorized persons as provided by Section 6 of the Act. The regulations further provide for campaign expenditure by setting out permissible sources of campaign financing, prohibited sources of campaign financing, regulations of loans advanced for purposes of campaign financing, regulations of Harambes, and the powers of authorized persons and the Commission in relation to contributions. Mr. Speaker, they also provide for the regulations of campaign expenditures by setting out permissible election expenses and culling of expenses, and the reporting and disclosure of contributions and expenditure, including preparation of preliminary and final reports, presentation to the Commission, consideration by the Commission, and rectification of such reports. Mr. Speaker, who? I did. I said I beg to move. Honorable Speaker, I beg your indulgence. The draft elections campaign financing regulations motion. I beg to move, Mr. Speaker, that this Honorable House adopts the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the draft election campaign financing regulations submitted by the Independent Elections and Boundaries Commission on 5th August 2021, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, August 17, 2021, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 10, 118, and 259 of the Constitution, the Interpretation and General Provisions Act, Cap 2, Section 5, 12, 18, 19, 29, 2 of the Election Campaign Financing Act 2013, and Section 18 of the Statutory Instruments Act 2013, annuls in its entirety the contributions and spending limits for political parties and the candidates for the purposes of the general elections to be held on 9th August 2022, notified and published as Gazette Notice number 80/24 of 9th August 2021, and rejects the draft election campaign financing regulations submitted to the National Assembly by the Independent Elections and Boundaries Commission on 5th August 2021. Mr. Speaker, like I stated the object, the reasons of that draft regulations, it sought and seeks to regulate the loans, campaign financing, alarm-based, and the reporting by persons seeking to be elected as members of various positions. Mr. Speaker, the background is that on 2016, the IBC submitted a set of regulations relating to the campaign financing which did not conform to the Constitution. And they did not conform to the Election Campaign Financing Act and the Statutory Instruments Act, which were hence annulled by Parliament. The House then, Mr. Speaker, rejected the draft regulations campaign financing 2016 as they contravened Section 5 of the Election Campaigning Act 2013, and resolved that the Committee of Justice and Legal Affairs introduces relevant legislations to amend the appropriate reports sections of Election Campaigning Act 2013. Mr. Speaker, on Thursday, 5th August 2021, the draft regulations were laid before this House and committed to the Committee on Delegated Legislations on the very same day for scrutiny. The committee met IBC on Wednesday, 11th August 2021, where the IBC confirmed that the draft regulations 2020 are the same ones that had been submitted to this House in 2016 without any amendments, hence failing to factor in any changes that might have occurred in between 2016 and 2021. Mr. Speaker, the Election Campaign Financing Act 2013, which was suspended for the 2017 elections and which therefore commenced on 12th August 2017, places a number of statutory obligations on IBC in respect to certain statutory instruments. The committee, Mr. Speaker, further noted that the Commission was hurriedly concocted a quick draft with the title reading 2020 citations. The same regulations of 2016, they titled them as 2020 and submitted them to the National Assembly out of time, which not only demonstrates unpreparedness on their list against the statutory timelines, but also offends Section 13 of the Statutory Instruments Act, which requires the Committee of Delegated Legislation to check during the scrutiny if the regulations contain drafting errors or other elucidations. Honorable Speaker, the committee having gone through and met IBC, we picked out certain salient issues. Unlike regulations made under other statutory sections, Section 29(1) of the Election Campaign Financing Act 2013 requires that the regulations made by the Commission under the Act ought to be read before the National Assembly and approved by the House before they are published in the Gazette. This is an affirmative resolution by the House. Therefore, the latest possible timeline that IBC ought to have placed this regulation before us was Monday 9th, 2021, since the elections are on 9th August 2022. Honorable Speaker, on observations, the committee, upon scrutinizing the Election Campaign Financing Regulation 2022, in accordance with the Constitution of Kenya, the interpretations of the General Provision Act, Cap 2, the Election Campaign Financing Act 2013, and the Statutory Instruments Act 2013, number 23 of 2013, observed 1, that Section 5A of the Election Campaign Financing Act requires that IBC makes rules to regulate election campaign financing at least 12 months before the next general elections. On the contrary, the IBC submitted the draft regulations very late in the day, which would not allow the committee time to consider them with the set timelines as per Section 13 of the Statutory Instruments Act. Number 2, Mr. Speaker, IBC has not made any rules under Section 5 of the Act as required by law. Neither have they submitted the same to the National Assembly as required by Section 11(1) of the Statutory Instruments Act, which stipulates that all statutory instruments must be submitted for scrutiny. Number 3, the committee noted with concern the unjustifiable delay in submitting the instruments contrary to Section 13J of the Statutory Instruments Act 2013. Number 4, the committee noted the draft regulations 2020 are the same ones that were submitted in 2016 without any amendments, hence failing to factor in any changes that might have occurred in the course of the 4 years. This not only demonstrates unpreparedness on the part of IBC, but also lack of good faith on their part. Number 5, IBC has further published and procedural contributions and spending limits on 9 August 2021 in the Gazette, since the limits and the ceilings were to be informed by the regulations which have not been approved by Parliament. That again demonstrates lack of good faith on their part. Number 6, IBC has not demonstrated by way of attendance list or otherwise of any public participation. They just picked the regulations which were submitted in 2016, then brought them again in 2020 without calling it any public participation. And we all know that elections are very volatile and very emotive in this country. So they went trying to do that, Mr. Speaker, without calling out any public participation. IBC indicated that it had submitted amendments to the National Assembly Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs to append the Parliament Act in 2019 to enable them to make the regulations, the campaign financing, and that is amended has not been acted upon. Mr. Speaker, again, we do not act on proposed bills. We go by what has been assented to by the President, so they cannot turn around and say that they have submitted their proposed amendments to the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee. So again, that again demonstrates that they're just hiding their dirt and lot under the carpet. Mr. Speaker, on recommendations, the committee therefore recommends to the House as follows. 1, that we annul Gazette Notice number 8024 on contributions and spending limits for political parties and candidates for the purposes of the general elections scheduled to be held on 9 August 2022, published by IBC on 9 August 2021. Number 2, we reject the publication of the draft election campaign financing regulations by the Independent Election and Boundaries Commission. Mr. Speaker, I now request that Honorable Wangari, I beg to move and request Honorable Wangari to second. Thank you.
Honorable Martha Wangari, member for Gilgil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise to second this report. And Mr. Speaker, without adding too much to what my chair has moved, I just want to give a background on these regulations. And I think it has been a problem that IEBC had started just with pure mischief to actually label this House as to have been incompetent or not willing to do its work. But, Mr. Speaker, we were able to unearth the issues that we have raised here, and our role in this was very clear. We were to check, is there conformity with the Statutory Instruments Act? Is there conformity with the Constitution? Does it infringe on any fundamental rights and freedoms? Does it contain any issues of taxation, among other issues, Mr. Speaker? And when we actually did a meeting with IEBC, it's good to put it on record that, first of all, the time they wrote to Parliament the first time was 27th of July, 25th of July, received in Parliament by the clerk on 28th of July. But what they wrote, Mr. Speaker, had no attached regulations at all. They had actually attached the proposed bill that they proposed to the JLAC committee. And, Mr. Speaker, the clerk then wrote back and requested the IEBC to submit the actual regulations. Mr. Speaker, on 5th August, that is when they submitted the regulations that were published in 2016. So, Mr. Speaker, we followed, and I remember in the House, you actually required that we expedite on this matter, and we called a very quick meeting with the IEBC, and we carpeted them and asked them, if you submitted regulations in 2016, they were annulled by the House. They cannot then again be submitted in 2021 and act as new regulations. And, Mr. Speaker, the law is very clear, and they had the legal team they had actually carried a whole battalion of lawyers, and they were asked by the committee, can you tell us, you had 5 years to actually submit these regulations. Why did you wait for 5 years to come running the last minute, Mr. Speaker? And Mr. Speaker, these regulations are very unique. Normally, if regulations are passed at the committee level, we do not bring them to the House. In fact, you do not even need to bring them to the House before publishing. But these ones, Mr. Speaker, by their very unique nature, they have to be brought to the House before publishing. So, Mr. Speaker, even if we tried to really remedy these regulations, they were faulty ab initio, there was no way we could have been able to revive them. And Mr. Speaker, I think this House, by the time they enacted the Finance Act, the Campaign Financing Act in 2013, they had very good intention in terms of regulating these campaign monies that are spent by parties and are spent by individuals. But Mr. Speaker, from the IEBC end, I think it was very clear that either they did not want these regulations or they actually wanted to just play mischief with the regulations to paint Parliament in bad light, to look like we are the ones not agreeing to the regulations. And Mr. Speaker, that being said, what it meant then is that by 9th August 2021, the committee or the IEBC should have already conformed with all the legalities, should have brought those regulations here before publishing, should have done proper public participation. Mr. Speaker, the public participation record that was brought to the committee was actually the one that was done in 2016. By all means, any business in the life of a parliament or a session actually dies with a parliament. So there is no way the environment of elections, knowing how dynamic it is, would have remained static for 5 years. So the public participation was inadmissible, Mr. Speaker. So I think we have very clear reasons why we annulled these ones and rejected the publishing, because it was done outside the law. And Mr. Speaker, we felt that this was a deliberate thing because they had all the time for 5 years. IEBC should have done these things and done them right. So, Mr. Speaker, by the powers given by the Statutory Instruments Act, the Constitution, the Campaign Finance Act itself, Mr. Speaker, we actually came to an unanimous decision that these ones do not hold water and cannot be remedied. They were fatally damaged from the start. And Mr. Speaker, with those remarks, because I know many members want to contribute, I beg to second. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honour members, I propose the question that this House adopts a report to the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the draft Election Campaign Financing Regulations submitted by the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission on the 5th of August 2021, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, August 17, 2021, and pursuant to provisions of Articles 10, 118, and 259 of the Constitution, the Interpretation and General Provisions Act, Chapter 2 of the Laws of Kenya, Sections 5, 12, 18, 19, and 29, Subsection 2 of the Election Campaign Financing Act of 2013, and Section 18 of the Statutory Instruments Act 2013, A, annuls in entirety the contributions and spending limits for political parties and candidates for the purposes of the general election to be held on 9th of August 2022, notified and published as Kenya Gazette Notice number 8024 of 9th August 2021, and B, rejects the draft election campaign financing regulations submitted to the National Assembly by the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission on 5th of August 2021. Member for Emwaya.
First, thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this chance to make a contribution on this particular report, and on the onset support the report. That when this matter came up and was hot in the air that particular time, Honorable Speaker, it looked like Parliament was in one way or another not willing to enact these regulations, and this created an atmosphere
that sounded like, in one way or another, the Parliament is unwilling or would be favored if it did not pass these regulations. But that was not true. Honorable Speaker, from the report, it's now very clear that there were certain omissions that were either done deliberately or undeliberately. For instance, the issue of public participation should now come out clearly to the public and the Kenyans, so that as we go out to the field there, never again shall we be addressed as people who did not want to enact these regulations. That there was no public participation, Honorable Speaker, and that even the IBC itself attempted to bring the public participation reports that had been done in 2016, meaning that this was a very unfaithful way of trying to deal with Parliament. And therefore, they should be rebuked for this. And they must take note where they are that this is not the way to run the affairs of the people. And therefore, that was not proper. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, on the issue of the expenditure and other finances related to this regulation, the IBC did not put in account that the price consumer index of both goods and services had changed since 5 years ago. In 2016, the price consumer index was different from what it is now. And therefore, if you base that, or whatever tenet they were using, to determine the amounts that will be used in every constituency, I remember in my own constituency, Muhaya, it was put at either 5 million or something like that, that now with the changed consumer price index and the price of goods, this cannot suffice, and therefore those regulations are null and void. That is not limited to the fact that, again, in terms of the procedure that these regulations were to be introduced in this particular House, they completely miss to meet the timelines that are required in law. And therefore, these regulations were introduced way late in time, that even if we were to undertake to deal with them, we would not be able to handle the damage that was already created by the IEBC itself, because they had a period of over 5 years upon which they were supposed to have introduced these laws or these regulations in this particular House. Honorable Speaker, this report by the committee, generally finally, vindicates Parliament as not standing on these regulations in any way. And the Kenyans should know clearly that these are not bad regulations. If they are brought in time, if they are handled properly, and they are within law, the Constitution, and every other instrument that is required for them to be followed, so that by the time they are enacted, it is procedural and within the law. But given what we have been informed and the report that has given us, Honorable Speaker, I support and stand with the fact that we reject these regulations and possibly give the IBC time in future to make a proper regulation. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I support.
Abadwele.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation to annul in its entirety the contribution and spending limits for political parties and candidates for the purpose of the 2022 general election. In the draft election campaign financing regulations. Mr. Speaker, it's very unfortunate that although Article 88, Sub-Article 4, Roman 1 of the Constitution gives IEBC the mandate to regulate the amount of money that might be spent by candidates and political parties, IEBC decided to take this matter very casually and disregarded the law. And the Speaker, for this House not to be blamed by either the civil society and many other quarters, this committee, in my opinion, rejected and annulled this regulation based on 4 key parameters. The first one is public participation. The second one is failure by IEBC to observe the timeline provided. The third one was to put the cart before the horse. in publishing the Gazette notice before the approval of the House. And the last one principle is the very many embarrassing errors that I have seen in the report. Mr. Speaker, Article 10 of the Constitution gives us national values and principles that makes it clear that public participation is the core, and the framers of our Constitution put it as a central pillar that the people of Kenya at all levels must be consulted before any law is made. Mr. Speaker, did IEBC consult, or did they throw a coin in the air and decided how much it will cost for the people of Garissa Township, a member of parliament, to spend? Absolutely, Mr. Speaker, we are not even sure who they consulted when they said a presidential candidate can spend 4 billion in a presidential elections. IBC clearly, both even in their appearance and submission to the committee, they did not conduct any public participation. As a result, the spending limits must fall flat on the face of the law. So by not conducting public participation, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure that is why one of the reasons why BBI also fall flat was because of public participation. Two, Mr. Speaker, was failure to observe timelines. Where was IBC since 2017, Mr. Speaker? Why did they have to wait until the 11th hour to rush the regulations past the statutory timelines provided for in the Statutory Instruments Act? The law required, Mr. Speaker, that election finance campaign regulations must have been at least passed 12 months before the next general election. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, by 9th of August 2021, these regulations ought to have been concluded. And today, Mr. Speaker, is 27th of September 2021, and we are discussing regulations that should have been a law a month ago. A month ago, before 1 year to the election, this piece of legislation should have been enacted. This falls flat, Mr. Speaker, noting that Section 13 of the Statutory Instrument Act, Mr. Speaker, requires that there will be no justifiable reason, and I hope the chairman is listening to me, of IBC. There's no justifiable reason, read Section 13 of the Instruments Act, that can delay the submission, the publication, the laying of these regulations before the House. Mr. Speaker, the third principle that violated and the committee used was putting the cart before the horse. Election campaigning finance regulations, Mr. Speaker, should have been approved first by the House so that they could conform to the basis of spending limits. IBC, Mr. Speaker, contrary to the law and to the Act, published the spending limits even before this House approved the regulations. And this is very unprocedural, illegal, and tantamount to putting the cart before the horse. That is one reason why these regulations had to be annulled. Finally, Mr. Speaker, in their own submission, and I've read this report, there were serious, embarrassing errors by the IBC. Speaker, it is embarrassing that a constitutional commission tasked with conducting elections in this country and to determine the governance structure of our country can make such serious, embarrassing drafting errors. Why do I say so, Mr. Speaker? If you read the regulations that this committee has looked at, the title reads, Mr. Speaker, the title reads Election Campaign Financing Regulation 2020. And the citation reads, Mr. Speaker, Election Campaign Financing Regulation 2016. And Mr. Speaker, we are now in 2021, and this House is being called upon to approve regulations of 5 years ago, of 2016. I have seen, Mr. Speaker, in the report of the committee that even IEBC, led by the chair and his commissioners, making an admission unanswered of having made serious omissions in making their submission and had to be reminded to forward the regulations to IBC. So, Mr. Speaker, this House, under the leadership of you, the Speaker, and a former Member of Parliament and the Chair of JLAC in the 11th Parliament, passed the Campaign Financing Act, Mr. Speaker, and threw the ball to IBC to prepare the regulations. Speaker, so let us make it very clear, crystal clear, for the benefit. We are not against enacting laws that will help the governance of free and fair elections, and that, like other democracies, we will know what has been spent by each candidate and each political party. But, Mr. Speaker, we are not rejecting it. The carriers, the owners of these regulations, Mr. Speaker, violated the law themselves in terms of public participation, which they have not conducted, in terms of failure to observe the statutory timelines, in terms of putting the cart before the horse by publishing the Gazette notice before the approval by this House, and by making serious, embarrassing drafting errors, which they submitted themselves. With those many reasons, Mr. Speaker, then I am obliged that I support the report of the committee to annul in its entirety the contribution, the spending limits for political parties and candidates for the purpose of the 2022 general election, and reject the draft election campaign financing regulations. And I am sure the men and women who will come in the 11th Parliament, in the 13th Parliament, will do the regulations, and that law will only apply to the 2027 general election, inshallah.
Leader of Majority Party.
Honorable Speaker, I rise to support the report of the committee, and indeed, the report is so clear. The committee has done its work, and Honorable Duale has elucidated further the same points. We had a debate on this matter on the floor of this House, and really, there's nothing more I can add that has already been contained within the report. There's no way a bad thing can be made to look good. If it's bad, it's bad, and however much we try to whitewash, it will not look good. And I think it goes to the bigger question of really the preparedness of IEBC in terms of giving hope to Kenyans that they are up to the task of conducting free and fair elections come next year. And this is a wake-up call to them, especially now that they are fully cooperated. Let them reconsider and go through each of those steps and start the journey to give assurance to Kenyans that indeed, now that they are fully cooperated, let them get a chief executive. Perhaps some of these errors are being killed because commissioners are also trying to play the part of management. Let them now set their house in order and give Kenyans a better assurance that indeed IEBC can be relied upon to conduct these watershed elections where we have, it's coming in at a time when we have a transition from an administration that is finishing its term to create a total vacancy where a new administration will be coming in, or new candidates will be coming in. And we don't want a situation where people get into elections with doubts as to the capacity and the quality of the people at IBC. So the House has done its job. They put themselves in a mess, so let them carry their mess. But we want to assure the House, the public out there, that this House will do its best to salvage the situation if there's such an opportunity, because I'm not sure the timings and all that, and the fact that any laws would have to go through several houses. But like we said, IBC had their time. They sat on it. They didn't want to do anything. And I do hope they don't spring surprises and try to blame this House. This House has done its job, and will continue doing its job to uphold the law. We don't pass laws in vain or just for the records. Is to be implemented. So I sympathize with IBC, but there's consequences, choices of consequences, and they chose to do things in a certain way, and they must bear the consequences of their actions or lack of actions or delayed actions as they did. So those whom I beg to support the report, and really ask the House that perhaps we are flogging a dead horse. We could save our time for more quality work in this House than flogging an already dead horse, and we could move on with more quality work.
Minority
I
Whip.
beg to support.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minority Whip. Now, and honorable members, because I know I have been here for long, I know the members who have made requests, some of them are targeting some matters that will be coming later. It would be very good for me to be clear so that I do not remove you from the list and therefore miss out in when the next order comes. So I will be asking you, and I give you an opportunity before I press the button to give you, I will be. So let's start with the Honorable Minority Whip. That's the Honorable Jeanette.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the report of the delegated committee. Mr. Speaker, you know, this is one of the attempts of some quarters, some people who believe Parliament can pass anything. There are people who think Parliament does not scrutinize, does not look at things, Mr. Speaker. They think you can present anything, any regulation, any law, and it will pass in Parliament. I hear the majority leader, Mr. Speaker, saying that we are flogging a dead horse. I agree with him. This horse died a long time. But why we are flogging it here, Mr. Speaker, is because IBC has a tendency of shifting blame. You will hear very soon in the streets here that Parliament is opposed to campaign financing. Politicians don't want to be regulated. They want to steal money and then spend it. Thieves who come and steal money and then... Mr. Speaker, if IBC had brought these amendments in good time, these regulations in good time, Mr. Speaker, there will have been no quarrel here. Mr. Speaker, this all boils down to the competency of the IBC. Whether IBC has, a properly constituted legal, department, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is an IBC that had an election nullified by the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court said there were irregularities and illegalities. The same IBC now is bringing regulations which are illegal, full of irregularities and illegalities, Mr. Speaker. If you talk about them, Mr. Speaker, you will be told, oh, you have other issues. You don't want election, or you don't want... Now, what do we do now, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, and then the budget of IBC, is not small money. The amount of money actually they spend on lawyers alone, the legal fees that they pay, Mr. Speaker, is millions of shillings, Mr. Speaker. The other time, the chair here just alluded that when they appeared before the committee on this regulation, they came with a battery of lawyers. See, all those lawyers will be paid properly, Mr. Speaker. But the fact of the matter is, the law was not followed when these regulations were made. Kenyans must be made aware that IEBC never followed the law. Because, look, if you want to know IEBC was inciting Kenyans, before tabling the regulations in the House as required so they can be passed, Mr. Speaker, IEBC published those amounts, those figures in the Kenya Gazette, Mr. Speaker. They publicized. What they are trying to do is to the way Honorable Duale has said, to put the horse before the cart, or the cart before the horse, Mr. Speaker. And they were doing that deliberately to incite Kenyans that we have already given the ceilings. What ceilings? They are giving a presidential candidate to spend 4 billion. Where are we going to, where is the president going to get 4 billion, Mr. Speaker? That's actually a lie. A presidential candidate should spend not more than 1 billion. Even that is too high, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude by saying these are indications of that can worry someone on IEBC. Now that we're heading to the general election, Mr. Speaker, if IEBC cannot get it right in a small thing like a regulation, Mr. Speaker, I don't know how they will get it right on bigger issues that are facing them ahead in the 2022 election, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, IEBC must get their acts together properly. IEBC must give Kenyans credible election that is in line with the Constitution, that is in line with the laws, Mr. Speaker. Anything short of that, Mr. Speaker, they are preparing Kenyans for anarchy, Mr. Speaker, and chaos. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I support the committee for annulling these regulations in their entirety, Mr. Speaker. These are, the way the Supreme Court said, or the High Court said, these are null and void, Mr. Speaker, these ones. These ones should not hold any. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Now, very quickly, I want to see, is Honorable Gashimu interested in speaking to this? Is top on the list? Honorable Bunyasi? Yes. Okay, then you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a few remarks. I agree with the conclusion of the House that this is probably regular and therefore is not the instrument that we can use to proceed, and that they should relook at it. But I want to indicate also as we do that I think the intention of containing expenditures in elections is important. They should do it procedurally, but it's extremely important. It's important because apart from the fact that it can exclude, or it does exclude, those in the community who may be able to contribute effectively to leadership because they can't afford it, it also frustrates the efforts of getting the affirmative actions in place. You can't get youth in easily. The youth generally don't have the money. You can't get the women in easily. Now that we have women billionaires now, but they're a tiny minority, that sort of militates against them. And certainly it means that the people the society is putting forward who get elected are those who have money or access to money. And we also know that our money in Kenya doesn't always come from the right sources. They come from taxpayers.
Honorable Raso, what is your
Honorable Speaker, I rise on Standing Order number 95.
Why did you do that in the middle of my statement?
Honorable Speaker, I have the right to stand on that standing order. We are flogging a dead horse, and we cannot legislate in vain. What we are actually discussing this afternoon in the House, we are discussing an illegality. Honorable Speaker, I request that the mover be asked to reply. Thank you.
Well, I will do that forthwith, but first I will allow the member who was on the floor to finish, and as he does that, then you'll be making up your mind on whether you want us to go the direction the Honorable Raso has requested or not.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The illegality is not the discussion. The illegality was the documentation itself.
No, don't,
this is
Honorable Bunyasi, and you know
okay, let me just
very
conclude.
seasoned.
Let me conclude.
What Honorable Raso has done is perfectly in order. Now, the only thing that you need to do is to actually finish your contribution, focus your mind on what you are doing, and then the illegality or otherwise will be determined later.
I'm well guided, Mr. Speaker. So just saying that the import of what the decision we are making also is that we should think seriously as for whether we're going to proceed forever without regulations. And I really hope that we shall find a way in which they can be done legally and brought back in. I think let me stop the other comments I was going to make now and simply say I support it, but I'm still concerned about the outstanding need to have verifiable spending limits brought into law.
Very well. Now, the honorable members, the Honorable Raso has risen under Standing Order 95, requesting that we close debate and allow the mover to reply. He's given his reasons, so it's up to you to make your decision. So, honorable members, will as many as of the opinion that the debate be closed and mover be called to reply? Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. When as our contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I must thank all the members who have made their contribution.
Order, Honorable Nyikal. You know, let me just explain. It's not about the, you know, the base. It's about feeling the mood of the House. And you know, that is the position. So please reply.
Thank you, Speaker. I was saying that I wish to thank all the members who have made their contributions this evening or this afternoon. It is not lost on us members that we agree that campaign financing should be regulated, but IBC must get its act together. They should not just lash and bring regulations to this House, then start blaming or incite members of the public against parliamentarians. Mr. Speaker, like one member has pointed out, IBC without any color of thought gazetted these regulations before they were approved by the House, and everybody was like, look, members must stick to these amounts of money. But we had not discussed those regulations, neither did we discuss the ceilings. So, and that is why we were saying as a committee, Honorable Speaker, that IBC was not acting in good faith. So without much ado, Honorable Speaker, I hereby beg to reply. Thank you.
Very well. And of course, I'll not put the question for the reasons that are clear. That one, therefore, will be deferred to the next sitting. Now, let's go to the next order.
Order number 14, the Trustees Perpetual Succession Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2021, second reading.
Is that by the Committee on Finance?
You mean?
Yes, are you prepared, Chair?
I'm very prepared.
Okay.
I don't know, the majority leader was gesturing at me, but I'm very prepared. So I will take a brief moment because I believe he was gesturing because there must be something else that is upcoming. So, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Trustees Perpetual Succession Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2021, be now read a second time. Honorable Speaker, the country has by and large had a big debate on...
Order. Honorable Chieng, you know, I know even with a small stint somewhere, you are a seasoned politician. You are a seasoned member of this House. You've been here long enough. You know that we can only address each other differently. So please maintain your peace. I'm sure you are a very keen listener and also a very keen contributor. So let's proceed. Let's proceed in silence and hear the lady in silence. Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Cheng is gesturing in a manner like he wants to whip somebody. I don't know who that person is. But Honorable Speaker, as I was saying, the country has been in a situation where we have been looking for ways and means of ensuring that there is enough capital or money circulating within the country. And one of the ways through which you can actually have money around and no capital flight is by ensuring that we make laws that facilitate establishment of trusts, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, if you look at our current system of registration of trusts, they are long, they are tedious. You can file for registration of a trust, and it can take 3 years, it can take 5 years. Before, Honorable Speaker, you have a trust registered. Honorable Speaker, that has discouraged many of our people from venturing into this otherwise very important area. Honorable Speaker, this bill seeks to amend the Trustee Perpetual Succession Act Cap 164, in order to enable accumulation of generational wealth for the benefit of multiple generations. Honorable Speaker, currently, with the current system, wealth does not last beyond a single generation. If you have wealth, it is only likely that your children will probably deal with the wealth before even your grandchildren can have the wealth reach them. It makes provision for and defines the various types of trusts, including charitable trusts, non-charitable purpose trusts, and additionally makes new provision for enforcers of a trust. Honorable Speaker, the bill proposes to amend the provision on incorporation of trustees to recognize that trusts are registered with the principal registrar of documents and not the cabinet secretary. Honorable Speaker, the cabinet secretaries are very, very busy and they have a lot on their desks. And if you make registration of trusts a matter that has to go and receive consent of the cabinet secretary, then you're likely to take the 3 years that trusts are taking to register, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the bill provides for creation of trusts with specific purposes, notwithstanding the absence of a beneficiary, and also provides for express revocation process where such trusts contain express powers for revocation for trusts otherwise deemed irrevocable, where such express power is not provided. In addition, Honorable Speaker, there are instances where the person who creates the trust and transfer the property to the trustee, who is called the settler, would want to set up a trust to which he or she is a beneficiary. Honorable Speaker, the bill proposes to include the settler as one of the beneficiaries of trust property, provided they are living. The current situation is such that, Honorable Speaker, if you are the person who has created the trust, you cannot be a beneficiary of that very trust. And this bill is changing that. Honorable Speaker, it may be a necessity to inform the House how trusts work. Firstly, a trust is simply a legal entity through which property or assets such as cash, real estate, or other investments can be protected, invested, and set aside to provide for specific people or causes that you care about, either when you're living or when you're dead. Honorable Speaker, in summary, a trust holds assets and property in a fiduciary relationship by one party for the benefit of another. Honorable Speaker, the reason why we are keen and interested is because if we provide a favorable environment for creation of trusts here in Kenya, then you will not find people getting their wealth and property outside of the country in order to protect it for their future generations. We will be able to retain this wealth here in Kenya. We will be able to encourage all of us here to set up trusts. People imagine that trusts are only for rich people. Anybody who has anything to bequeath can set up a trust and bequeath it to future generations. So trusts should not be seen as if it is only for those who are able or who are billionaires and multimillionaires. Honorable Speaker, the committee carried out public participation on this bill, and I'd like to mention this because many times there is litigation as to whether public participation was conducted. And we received memoranda and presentations from 10 stakeholders, including Sisuli and Associates, Anjawala and Kana, the East African Philanthropy Network and the Kenya Community Development Foundation, the Region Management Limited, Ashitiva Advocates, Oraro and Company, Kimakia Magara and Partners, Robol Office, Kemunto Moturi, ENS Africa Advocates. Majority of the stakeholders, Honorable Speaker, noted that trusts form the engine for wealth accumulation and the need to reinvigorate their participation in the socio-economic development of the country through registered trusts. The legal framework to re-engineer the administration and management of wealth held in trusts for generational transfer is important, as it guarantees perpetuity in wealth at both family and institutional level. Honorable Speaker, in considering the bill, the committee observed that the amendment will simplify and remove bureaucracy and the tedious process involved in setting up a trust, as I'd already mentioned. Honorable Speaker, this will result from the removal of powers for registration from the Cabinet Secretary and vesting it with the Principal Registrar of Documents. The bill also goes ahead to define various types of trusts: charitable trusts, family trusts, non-charitable trusts, so that if you have a cause for which you believe in, you can set up a trust, for example, for cancer research, for any other cause that you believe in, malaria research, or even if it's in athletics, you can set up a trust to support such. As I conclude, Mr. Speaker, allow me to express my special thanks to members of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning, staff of the committee, the stakeholders who came in to give us their views, the Speaker and the Clerk, and Mr. Speaker, this House for giving us this opportunity to present these amendments. Honorable Speaker, with those many remarks, I beg to move and ask Honorable Mboni, the member for Kitui Rural, to second.
Honorable Mboni. Honorable Mboni, you have, I cannot see your card here, but I'll give you that mic anyway.
I'm on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving this opportunity to second this bill. Mr. Speaker, all of us, we are seeing a situation whereby some families were very rich, but when the head of the household passes on, these families are really suffering because of mismanagement of the wealth which the head of household had created. Because maybe they don't even understand how to manage the businesses, how to manage such a wealth, and therefore this bill tries to cure that. One reason to set up a trust is actually to protect wealth so that it can benefit generations to come. And one important proposal in this bill is a situation whereby one can create a trust and you can also become a beneficiary of it. What I'm saying is that one can create a trust, transfer all the assets and business to that trust, and also becomes a beneficiary. One advantage of this is because you can actually assess if these your trustees can really manage your wealth. We have seen cases whereby families have gone to court because they feel that the trustees are mismanaging their assets and their businesses. So, Mr. Speaker, those few remarks, I beg to second. Thank you very much.
Very well. Other members? Therefore, I propose a question, which is that the Trustees Perpetual Succession Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2021, be now read a second time. Now again, because I'm trying to see the members who want to speak to this, because I know the rest are waiting for the other one. The Honorable Gishimu, again. The Honorable Sankok, I think he's waiting for the next one also. The Honorable Majimbo Kalasinga, I think he's also waiting for the next one. Honorable Oduol Odhiambo, you want to speak to this one? Out of order. Sit down. Honorable Dida Jaldesa, is it this one? The next one. Honorable Akuame Adipo. Next one. Honorable Duale Dahir. Next one, Honorable Bunyasi. Next one, Honorable Kingola Makau. Next one, Honorable Pasaris Rosana. Honorable Wario Gufu. Honorable Raso, member for Saku. Also next one. So then, honorable members, those are the members who have pressed there, who have actually made requests. It seems, therefore, that there is no member who wishes to contribute on this particular one at this point in time, and therefore, you see, honorable members, you do not at one point say you don't want to speak, and then on the other you say you want to speak. So it means that we have only two members who want to speak from where I sit. I see the Honorable Pasaris. You want to speak to this one of public trustees? And then the Honorable Kingola, and then we'll ask the mover to respond. So, Honorable Pasaris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, the Succession Act in Kenya is the only place where children that are born out of wedlock, which are the majority of children in this country of ours, are looked after by the law, because the Constitution says there is no illegitimate child. When it comes to the Trustees Act, majority of the time, the trustees, when somebody puts a trust in place, it is normally with the intention to ensure that they lock out the children that they never provided for when they were alive. It is a shame that our country, the men are extremely irresponsible. Irresponsible in the sense that they father children and they blame the women for having gotten pregnant. And I can assure you, other than the Virgin Mary, there is no woman who gets pregnant alone. So when these women get pregnant, the men feel that they are not supposed to be responsible for that child who was born out of wedlock. And it's the woman who should have protected herself not to have had this child. It is impossible, even if you have the most stringent birth control, for a woman to have 100% surety that she will not get pregnant. And if men do not want to have children, then they can very well go and have a vasectomy. But of course, when you tell men to have a vasectomy and be part of the family planning process, which this country is in dire need of, they are scared because they think it alters their manhood. What I can tell them is it doesn't alter their manhood. If anything, they can enjoy themselves without feeling burdened by having children. So when we talk about a trust, when people form a trust, it is because they want to trust certain people with their estates, or to deny certain people access to their estates. So when you have an act, and I believe that we're trying to amend so that we can make sure that the children are well provided for, even within the Trustees Act. When you have a trust, like the Karume Trust, for instance, you choose people that you think are upright in society, and you give them the mandate to look after the estate. Unfortunately, without strong laws, the trustees can very well misuse and abuse the estate of the people who had this trust. Or the trustees can actually end up charging so much money for managing the trust, in the sense that in the end, the trust becomes theirs. What happened with the Karume family is actually very distasteful, because you find that the family who was supposed to be the beneficiaries of this trust never got access to it. They never managed to enjoy the fruits of their grandfather's hard work because he trusted a few people. So there should be laws that also protects against unscrupulous trustees. But at the same time, we should make sure that a trust does not go against the Constitution and creates illegitimacy of children born to certain powerful, rich men who basically do not provide for these children. So when I stand here, I know that single parenting, we know that we have so many single mothers, we know that we have so many widows. We've seen widows being locked out because maybe they're illiterate,
Maybe they don't understand the law. Maybe they can't access the wealth of these men that they were married to, or men that they cohabited with, or men who actually looked after them during acquired parental responsibility during the tenure of their life. So we need laws that look at our society. We can't borrow laws without understanding what is the psyche of the Kenyan society. I know that there are quite a number of members of parliament here who, when it comes to looking at the laws, they worry about what will happen in case we drop dead. Will our burials be stopped because we've affiliated and not provided? We've affiliated and not acknowledged these women publicly. So they show up at the day of the funeral because they didn't think you're going to die, but people will die. So I feel that as long as we have irresponsible men who do not want to cater for the children because they think it's the woman's responsibility, we need stringent laws that ensures that not only a child is provided for when the man is dead, but also when the man is alive. So I really believe that these amendments that we're having will look into the interest of ensuring that as far as our constitution goes, there is no illegitimate child. Single parenting is a crisis. Women cannot be single mothers. At the same time, the man is there, he's earning income, he comes to court, he denies that he's earning this kind of income, he doesn't cater for his children, and then we say, why did you get pregnant? It takes two to tango, it takes two to make a child, and I feel that the responsibility in our constitution right now is protected by succession, but we need to make sure that even in that succession, if there is a trust, that the trust is able to also protect the interest of the beneficiaries of that trust.
What's your point of order,
and not
what's your point of order?
Honorable Speaker, you know sometimes...
Now, when a member, one of them is standing, the other one must sit down.
You know, Honorable Speaker, at times we talk from a point of being totally insincere. And I hope, I wish this bill sometimes we restrict so that we can contribute for those who have no conflict of interest. Honorable Speaker, at times, when we mislead the House...
What is the conflict of interest here?
That some men will think that when they fall dead or they are men who are not caring enough, Honorable Speaker, I think Honorable Pasaris was misleading the House because, again, even the women, when they were being sent fare, why did they not save that fare? Why did they not save all the money? The man had also a burden during that relationship, Honorable Speaker.
You are contributing.
Yes, even a man also had some burden to carry. So they should also carry the burden of being pregnant. You know, let us also have some conflict of interest being declared.
Order. I'm struggling to get your, point of order. Actually, yours became eventually a point of argument. So you started contributing. So you've had your time to contribute. Maybe Honorable Pasaris can proceed then. I didn't specifically get what your point of order was. I felt it was actually a contribution. So she's misleading? I didn't get what. Anyway, but you had your say. Proceed, Honorable Pasaris.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to one day invite the Honorable Sankok to gather with me when we talk to widows who have had trusts made and they've not benefited, persons with disability who probably get their disability in the marriage, or they have a child that is disabled that are thrown out even of legal wedlocks and not provided for. So the history of Kenya and the history of men in society have been actually undermining the rights of women. And I really want to make Honorable Sankok know that women are responsible when they give birth. They look after those children.
The Honorable Pasaris, don't address Honorable Sankok. I think his problem came when you spoke about what did you call it? Vasectomy. He sort of looked very jittery. So proceed.
Historically, Mr. Speaker, there used to be a law called the law of affiliation, where women and men, when they affiliated and there were products out of that affiliation, they both took equal responsibility. So that law was scrapped. Eventually, men were convinced that the only time they can be responsible is when they are dead. And they said it's okay. And they leave a lot of hardship for the women that are there. But here we're talking about trustees. When a man or a woman actually has money to leave for their children, and they appoint trustees, people that they think would actually look after their families. If we don't have laws to protect the estate, to provide for the children, then we will end up with a lot of children that are not able to access the wealth. We've seen cases, like even the Koinange family. The cases are still in court. The only people that benefit are the lawyers. So we need laws to ensure that the beneficiaries of a trust, of hardworking parents that have put it for their children, whether men or women, are well governed, so that the beneficiaries can actually access this money and continue living in the lifestyle intended for them by their parents. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Okay, the Honorable Kingola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've considered this amendment. Although of late, Mr. Speaker, the Committee on Finance is on the spotlight for bringing amendments that are not very friendly to Kenyans. However, when I look at this, Mr. Speaker, trusts in the past have done well. Some have been misused. Some of the trustees have not been transparent or honest to the beneficiaries of the trust. I agree with Honorable Pasaris that it is true. Some of the beneficiaries of the trust are being left out or struck from the list, and she's seeking for that law so that that can be protected. Mr. Speaker, when I look at this amendment, it allows a person to establish a trust while alive. And I think, Mr. Speaker, that is one of the best amendments that I've ever had from this committee, because now anybody in this house is a potential appointer of a trust. So it is important if we admit this amendment so that when people are living, can appoint a trustee, see how they run his affairs, see how they invest his wealth, so that even by the time of demise, as he exits, he knows that trust is credible to this much. So, Mr. Speaker, I cannot speak much. Right now, when you look at, unfortunately, I come from Mavoko, where there are so many self-help groups that were applying for chambers from the government. And what is in place now, the government has requested that all those self-help groups should come together and form a trust. Why? Because the government seems to trust the trust more than the self-help groups. So I think, Mr. Speaker, this going forward should be encouraged so that even me and you, when we are alive, we appoint trustees, all start trust that we can see their performance so that we don't have issues or bad examples like that of Jenga Karume, who has been several mentioned here, Mr. Speaker, and I think I encourage this law to be legislated and that is going to help generations to come. I thank you and I support the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. I see another one person interested here, Honorable Professor Odhiambo. What is... Well, the members who are speaking, because there are only two, can actually do it in brief, I believe. What is your point of order, the Honorable Honorable Dida Jaldesa?
Mr. Speaker, I raise on a point of order number 95, requesting the mover to respond. Thank you. Put the question, Mr. Speaker.
No, you cannot. You have no capacity to order the Speaker at all. You only make requests. And now that you have ordered the Speaker, I will proceed and give the Honorable Professor Jacqueline Oduol. Then thereafter, I will now dispense of your point of order. Just to make sure that you are aware that you cannot order, you make a request. Had you requested, I would have put that question now. Yes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'd like to thank the Committee on Finance and Planning, and indeed the chair, because, Honorable Speaker, as has been indicated, this amendment is serving a very clear purpose. Honorable Speaker, because I am aware that the Honorable Jaldesa and a number of members were keen to speak on the next motion, I will try, Honorable Speaker, not to take up too much time, but I want, Honorable Speaker, first to help us as legislators, as indeed as concerned Kenyans, what has been brought very clearly to our attention by the Honorable Esther Passaris, to acknowledge that I support this amendment because it is an amendment that is truly serving a purpose of what legislation ideally should do, looking at our society, looking at the kinds of challenges and problems we face in society, and seeking to see the way that we can best provide a framework, a legislative framework, so that, Honorable Speaker, we are not leaving decisions and actions to the whims of individuals. And, Honorable Speaker, a trust can serve many purposes. It can include, Honorable Speaker, estate planning, tax planning, medical planning. But, Honorable Speaker, I wanted particularly to speak on the purpose of charitable giving or charitable frameworks. Honorable Speaker, in our country today, we have a tendency where we have lost the sense of responsibility, or indeed the Ubuntu spirit that we had, where we would want to be sure that we are able, if we are concerned with certain issues, it could be widows, could be how orphans or any other group that are disadvantaged are experiencing life. Honorable Speaker, we have lost that framework by which we could organize. And we have found a situation, Honorable Speaker, where we are training our youngsters, our youth, to be people who look outside and who assume that any help that they would need would come from a donor. Usually they see that as a foreigner. Honorable Speaker, I support this amendment because it is clear that this amendment is helping us to see that we now have a very clear framework where we can see the manner in which we can manage and invest not only our money, our property, not only for dealing with issues that will be concerned with family, but indeed, Honorable Speaker, how we can ensure that there will be a way of giving and contributing to a matter during our lifetime and indeed even after our death. And so, Honorable Speaker, as I support this amendment, I do it because it gives us a very good framework. And Honorable Speaker, I do appreciate that we would want to make sure that trusts help to protect children and, Honorable Speaker, widows. But I also hope, Honorable Speaker, that we also want a country where we would teach values and where we would want to make sure that there is a sense in which, as much as we would want to not allow the men who father children to go scot-free and not necessarily be held accountable, Honorable Speaker, I think it is time that we also got our young girls and our women to not go to a context, Honorable Speaker, that I have seen coming up in my experience as a teacher. I have seen cases, Honorable Speaker, where young girls and sometimes older women decide that they want to have children, sometimes even without the knowledge of the very fathers who they want to have the children from, and then they completely then turn around and cry foul just for the men alone. Honorable Speaker, I am in this House, and it is something that I think it is time that I have a few months to be sure that I speak to. I am here to represent the women. I come on the quota of the disadvantaged or marginalized as women. And Honorable Speaker, it comes and behoves us to look at gender in terms of the way in which we will see injustice on either. And I would just like, Honorable Speaker, to go on record that I do agree that we would want to make sure that we do not in any way let children suffer or let men get scot-free. But, Honorable Speaker, we must also name and stop the situation where we have a culture where young girls, where women, in a way, sometimes scheme, Honorable Speaker, to have children and then to create a very big issue. So, Honorable Speaker, I thank this committee because I think this is a good framework, and I do believe that as we implement the law, we will be sure that this law is giving us room to take into account and to contribute, particularly with regards to charitable giving. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I support.
Very well. So therefore, I'll have to dispense because I really have no choice on this one. You remember the Honorable Jaldesa has approached the House under Standing Order 95 that debate be cut and the mover be asked to reply. Now it's up to the House to make its decision. So will as many as of the opinion that debate be cut and the mover be called to reply? Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it. So mover, please reply without donating any minutes.
Honorable Speaker, how did you read my mind?
Well, it happens all the time, and you know the standing orders are fairly clear on this one.
Because I was hoping
that when you cut debate, you cannot donate time. You can only donate time if it is in the regular session that your time is over.
Yeah, I was hoping to make a...
What is your point of order, the Honorable Millie Odhiambo?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your direction. Mr. Speaker, I, however, think that in on the lake tragedy, and I was hoping to speak to this, Mr. Speaker. Yes, and I know that our standing orders may not allow, but you have discretion under standing order number 1, Mr. Speaker.
Well, unfortunately, Honorable Odhiambo.
Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, is support.
Well, no, let me just explain so that you are, and I'm sure you are very keen in following your own standing orders. You know, this standing order 1 is only used when there is no other specific, you know, when the standing order does not specifically state what should be done. In this specific one, when debate is cut short, it is extremely clear that no member will be allowed to contribute because it was done not in the normal manner. So much as I really sympathize with your position, the Honorable Millie, because I know since yesterday you've been very, you know, you've been pursuing this matter very, very seriously, the issue of Homa Bay, and it's a serious issue. But unfortunately, my hands are not very open on this one. But by default, you have said you support it. Maybe the only thing that you miss is to tell us why. Fortunately, we may not have an opportunity to hear that. So let's proceed, the Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, what Honorable Millie was actually whispering to me when she came in is the fact that this registration of trusts is still domiciled with the Cabinet Secretary for Lands. So the proposal was that we don't just move it away from the Cabinet Secretary to the Registrar of Documents, but actually move it all the way to away from land, because really trusts and land, only because, you know, you register trust through trust deeds, and that is why it is domiciled there. But these are matters that we can look at during committee of the whole House. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the members who have contributed to this bill, and they have raised important issues around, including the Njenga Karume case that Honorable Pasaris was speaking to, and Honorable Makau, Kingola, Honorable Professor, around trustees who go rogue. So one of the amendments that we are making is also tightening up on trustees, you know, so that there is a bit more reining in on trustees so that they do not go rogue in the event of death of beneficiaries, and then we result in something of the sort of the Njenga Karume case, because this is what is moving people away from registration of trusts. Because you find that all of us here in this parliament, and even out there, as I said when I was moving, trusts are not for wealthy people only necessarily, but people are discouraged from registering trusts, even for causes they believe in, because of an ambiguous, opaque law that makes registering trusts so tedious, and that then discourages everybody, and everybody thinks that to register a trust in this country is take you 3 years or 4 years, and people take their money abroad. And when money is taken abroad, that is capital flight. Yet, in this country, we need money. The government needs to have a domestic, environment from which to borrow. But if people are taking their money outside because we are not providing an environment here that is adequate, then we have a problem. And that is what this bill is trying to address. So let me thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity, and also thank the members who have contributed, but even the members who have listened, and even those who were not able to contribute, like Honorable Savula. I'm sure there is another opportunity. Just read the report. If you have views, we can come and debate during Committee of the Whole. But Honorable Speaker, with those many remarks, I beg to reply.
Very well. As you put it rightly, the likes of the Honorable Millie Odhiambo and Honorable Savula, you still have a shot. Whatever you think are your concerns, you still have the Committee of the Whole. So let's go to the next order.
Order number 15, motion, report on a public petition regarding insecurity in Saku constituency and the larger Marsabit County.
That one is to be moved by Chair Committee on Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security, who informed me that this matter will be handled by the Honorable Oku Kaunya if he's in, and the Honorable, so is Honorable Kaunya in? Okay, do we have a member of the committee who is moving this particular one? Honorable members, I had indication from the chair that the Honorable Kaunya will be moving this one. Is there any member from that committee who has instructions to move it? It's very unfortunate, really, because I can see quite a number of members, including the Honorable Jaldesa, was actually making requests to cut debate because they might have wanted to contribute to this particular one. It seems it is not going to be. So we probably will go to the next order. No. Yes, the Honorable Russell, what is it?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we have sat here the whole afternoon to contribute to issues of concern to our people. Article 95 of our Constitution. The issues of insecurity, and that is what we will proceed to discuss at 6 p.m., are issues of the day that are really concerning us as the people of this country. The Committee of National Administration and Security was the committee.
Just as you stand there, Honorable, let me confirm, because I knew it was going to be moved by the Honorable Oku Kaunya and seconded by Honorable Musheke. Now, let me know first if Honorable Musheke has changed roles to be the one moving it. Are you prepared so that we can resolve the issue of Honorable Raso, which is actually raising? Will you be moving it? Yes. If Honorable Raso, I think to save time now, I can see where you are headed to. Seems that we have some treatment somewhere. So let's proceed. The Honorable Musheke, please move it.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I did not have instructions to move. I was to second, but since there's no other member of the committee here, maybe I will appoint someone else to second, and then I can just move it.
Just proceed and move it as you get somebody to second it. It will probably be brief. So just move it, Honorable Musheke. We'll sort out the other.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Public petition number 30 of 2020 regarding insecurity in Saku constituency and the larger Marsabit County was presented in the National Assembly on 12th August 2020 by Honorable Colonel Retired Dido Ali Raso, MP, Saku constituency, on behalf of 106 petitioners from Saku constituency and the larger Marsabit County. Upon presentation, the petition was committed to the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security for consideration and report to the petitioners through the House in line with the provisions of Standing Order 227-1. This report contains the committee's proceedings on the consideration of the petition. While considering the petition, the committee heard from several witnesses and stakeholders, including the Hon Dido Raso, MP, Saku constituency, who presented the petition on behalf of the petitioners, on Chachuganya, member for North Hor constituency, His Excellency Mohamed Ali, Governor Marsabit County, Dr. Fred Matiang'i, Cabinet Secretary for Interior and Coordination of National Government, and Honorable Ambassador Ukuri Atani, Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury and Planning, and former MP, North Hor, former Governor, Marsabit County. The witnesses and stakeholders testified before the committee at sittings held at the Parliament buildings and during the public hearing held at ACK Hall in Marsabit County on 14th November 2020. While hearing from the witnesses and stakeholders, the committee was guided by existing procedures and modalities of operations of the National Assembly derived from the Constitution of Kenya, Acts of Parliament, parliamentary standing orders, conventions, practices, rulings, and directives of the Honorable Speaker. This report contains details of witnesses and stakeholders, testimonies, as well as observations, findings, and recommendations. The insecurity in Marsabit County is historical, and the quest for everlasting peace and stability has been elusive for years, with lives being lost, including those of peacemakers, members of Parliament, Honorable Dr. Bonaya Godana, Honorable Titus Ngoyani, Honorable Mirugi Kariuki, Honorable Abdi Sasura, and Honorable Guracha Galgalo lost lives in the year of 2006 in a plane crash while traveling to Marsabit town to broker peace. May their souls continue resting in everlasting peace. Having inquired into insecurity in Marsabit County as prayed by the petitioners, the committee found the following to be the significant causes of insecurity in the county. One, political supremacy and tribal animosity, especially amongst the Borana and the Gabra communities. 2, land and boundary disputes. 3, skewed distribution of national and county jobs and resources. 4, scramble for water and pasture for livestock. 5, cattle rustling. 6, possession of unlicensed firearms by civilians. 7, presence of militia in Marsabit County. 8, inadequate policing of the county due to its vastness and poor infrastructure. 8, disarmament of national police reservists. And 9, long, porous, and unprotected Kenya/Ethiopia border. Consequently, the committee recommended as follows. The national committee government and the Marsabit County government should ensure fairness and equity in the distribution of resources, including employment opportunities to all residents of Marsabit County, with deliberate affirmative action to minority ethnic groups in the county. 2, the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and Coordination of National Government should expeditiously investigate the claimed mass issuance of national identification documents to illegal immigrants from Ethiopia in Marsabit County in general and Sololo Sub-County and Sangate Ward in Saku Sub-County in particular. 3, the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and Coordination of National Government should take immediate action to flush out illegal immigrants from Marsabit County. 4, the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and Coordination of National Government and the Inspector General, National Police Service should, as a matter of urgency, crack down on all militia camps within Marsabit County, including Ambalo, Badandero, Elebor, Eledimtu, and Kubikalo. 5, the Cabinet Secretary for Lands should institute measures to ensure land adjudication, demarcation, registration, and issuance of title deeds in Marsabit County, starting with the disputed areas. 6, the Cabinet Secretary for Lands and Cabinet Secretary for Interior and Coordination of National Government should immediately ensure the internally displaced persons in Koso Banchale, Salesa, Isako, Omuru are settled. 7, the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and Coordination of National Government and the Inspector General, National Police should disarm and recover all illegally owned firearms in Marsabit County, in particular and generally across the country. 8, the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and Coordination of National Government should, as a matter of urgency, ensure the disarmament of National Police reservists in Marsabit County is concluded and their roles taken up by the National Police Service personnel. 9, the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and Coordination of National Government and the Cabinet Secretary in charge of Defense should ensure the borders of Kenya are adequately secured, and more particularly, the border of Kenya with Ethiopia to prevent entry of illegal firearms and aliens into the country. 10, the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and Coordination of National Government and the National Cohesion and Integration Commission should roll out programs and activities to promote peaceful coexistence and reconciliation of the various communities in Marsabit County. 11, the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and Coordination of National Government should institute legislative and other measures to forestall cattle rustling in Marsabit and across the country. 12, the Director of Criminal Investigations should expeditiously investigate claims of ethnic incitement and hate speech disturbing peace in Marsabit County with a view to having the perpetrators prosecuted. 13, the national government and the county government of Marsabit should take necessary action to ensure development of transport and communication infrastructure in Marsabit County in order to improve on policing. 14, the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and Coordination of National Government should strengthen national security agencies in Marsabit County, especially the National Police Services specialized units, to ensure their presence is felt all over the country. 15, the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights should investigate claims of inter-ethnic killings in Marsabit County and report to the National Assembly within 90 days from the date the report is tabled before this House. 16, all government ministries, departments, commissions, and agencies required to act on this report should report to the National Assembly within 90 days from the date of the report. The report is tabled in the House. The report was unanimously adopted by the committee at its sitting held on 24th May 2021. I wish to thank the Speaker of the National Assembly for invoking Standing Order number 256, exempting this business from the provisions of Standing Order 227. I thank all the members of the committee, the offices of the Speaker and the Clerk, and the Committee Secretariat for the tireless efforts. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I wish to acknowledge the effort by the late chairman of this committee, the late Honorable Paul Koinange, who spearheaded all the collection of evidence from witnesses, even the most volatile parts of the country, in search of peace. In his honor, I urge all the stakeholders in the peacemaking process in Marsabit County and the country at large to embrace peaceful coexistence. With those few remarks, I beg to move, and I request Honorable Maoka Maore to second. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to second this report, and I want to remind those who are questioning about the regional part of it. I actually happen to be one of the people who have a problem when there is a problem in Marsabit, and just like it is in Isiolo, when they are my immediate neighbors. Mr. Speaker, I want to second this by stating that it is true we have had a long period of disquiet in this region, specifically this county. It is not just the 2006 disaster that happened. If you remember, we lost even the other provincial team of Ishmael Chelanga and the other team in 1997. And it is usually the conflict between the two ethnic, actually of the same tribe, but sub-ethnic within the county. Now, if you look at the issues that were being deliberated by the committee, Mr. Speaker, the causes of insecurity, you will realize, Mr. Speaker, these should have been solved 50% by the devolution. If you are talking about the Pasha and the resources and the employment, those things were devolved into the county. So I do not know how we will be able to enforce some consciousness into fairness, whereby the leadership, when they take positions, may not wish to be fair to everybody. And even those who are being served also, they may want to take over everything. Now, that one is difficult, Mr. Speaker, to enforce. But for now, what we need to deliberate on is this constant factor of violence in the county of Marsabit. And noting, Mr. Speaker, the NPR, the rest of the country, were disarmed. So the story of the guns existing in Marsabit County should be a shame to the national government, which should ensure there are no overflow of the illegal guns from the neighboring Ethiopia. I remember still, Mr. Speaker, in the towards the end of '97, we had quite a lot of issues where they were even kidnapping police officers across the border. And it is the same behavior which should be able to alert the national government to put adequate measures to ensure the Nyumba Kumi is active in this county more than any other county, specifically because of the flow of the illegal guns. Now, there is something that is not documented here. There is a lot of overflow of Vangi from Ethiopia coming into Nairobi, and I know most of it, Mr. Speaker. The last 7 months, we have had a serious problem in my own constituency, trying to have the substance where they had even managed to influence a very big chunk of the security forces until all of it actually was overhauled. So, Mr. Speaker, it is not just a Marsabit affair. It's a national problem. So, Mr. Speaker, we want to ask that action be taken. When you say you are flashing illegal arms, that should not even be in a report. It should be done. When you it doesn't have an owner, so ni malisho tu unaweza kulisha. So that one, Mr. Speaker, is a culture that needs to be tamed, as we enter into the 21st century, that when you have your livestock, whether it's cows or camels or goats, it's an investment. It's not a cultural trophy to be fought over. So, Mr. Speaker, when we, as I want to conclude the seconding so other members can get an input, is all the things that are actually condensed in this report should be done to have a lasting peace. I do not remember any other day this country has gone into mourning than that 2006 morning when we lost our colleagues, because, Mr. Speaker, I was with them in one morning. It is not just about asking people to have an enduring legacy in honor of them. Those who are killers, they have no shame. They have no morals. It is the act that should be enforced. The government should make sure there are no incidents of insecurity in any part of this country. Because when one part is in trouble, all of us are in trouble. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to second.
Very well. So then I proceed to propose a question, which is that the report on public petition regarding insecurity in Saku constituency and the larger Marsabit County be now read a second time. Actually be adopted. I'll give the first shot to the Honorable Raso Ali, sorry. Honorable Raso, member for Saku.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Honorable Speaker, first of all, I want to thank you and your office for having caused this particular report to be tabled, and for this committee of national administration to have been facilitated to visit Marsabit to see it firsthand for themselves. Honorable Speaker, the urgency and gravitas of some of these insecurity issues, had we had enough members in the House today, we'll have illuminated so much. Honorable Speaker, I think the motion that follows on from here, tabled by Honorable Sankok, is also about insecurity in this country. Honorable Speaker, as somebody who has worked in security for many years, I am convinced, unless that attitude is going to change, it's as if Kenya is likened to an animal farm, that some regions are important, some are more important than others. Some people are important, some are more important than others. What Honorable Mauka Maore just said, if some of what has been recommended will be implemented, this problem, 90% will be solved. Honorable Speaker, I do not want to go bit by bit into what has been tabled by the committee, but I thank them for this report, and at some point we are going to table an amendment into the recommendation that they have given, because we have a better understanding of issues than the committee themselves. Honorable Speaker, our problem as Marsabit, and it is important, it goes on the record of this House. We have two centers of power. We have somebody sitting in Nairobi and making decisions on behalf of people of Marsabit, but also we have governor on the ground. This has caused paralysis in terms of decision making, in terms of the governor being able to move forward and address the issues of insecurity. Honorable Speaker, as we sit here today, over the last 3 days, 4 people have been killed. One is Mata Wako, who was the chairman of Peace in Marsabit. Mzee Isako Golo, a businessman, was gunned down in Marsabit town. And also 2 other young men were killed just around Marsabit town. Honorable Speaker, if this killing, the displacement, the effect this has on the people of Marsabit does not create any tension in the psyche of the Kenyan people, then I don't know what will. Honorable Speaker, there are a few issues that we must bring forth. One is inequality. Inequality that is precipitated from the national government, where all our resources that is directed to the county of Marsabit just goes to one constituency. All employment from the national government goes to one constituency. That does not in any way give us the privilege to say that the county should do the same. The county must provide equity and equality to the people of Marsabit. So is the national government. Honorable Speaker, over the last 2 months, 2 sub-counties were created in Marsabit. It has created a lot of disquiet because counties, sub-counties is about sharing of resources. It is about employment, and yet others are still waiting. Since 2017, when sub-counties and small administrative units like locations, sub-locations, and divisions were created, to date, they are yet to be gazetted. They are yet to be operationalized. But yet, sub-counties can just be given and everything is done for them. And I think the people of Northern Kenya are watching that this government of Jubilee, it is a government that is almost perpetrating inequality, discrimination, and also marginalization of people who actually supported it. Honorable Speaker, I want to finish by thanking the committee for this report. It is a fairly good report. I don't want to go into the literature, but I want to say a final thing. If the government in Nairobi or the national government think that Ukur Yatani, the CS Treasury, is Marsabit, and Marsabit is CS Ukur Yatani, then they will get everything wrong. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Now, let's get to Honorable Jaldesa Dida. Just to warn you, Honorable Jaldesa, that you have about 3 minutes. So you will contribute for 3 minutes, and therefore you will have another, some of your minutes taken to the next sitting.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your kind consideration. Indeed, I would have really wished to speak to this matter, finishing my entire 10 minutes.
You will?
Yeah.
You will, so just, you know, whatever you do now, you will have a lot of time remaining in your bank.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to start by saying that a day like today, I really would have wished Honorable Koinange was alive. May God rest his soul. Because, Mr. Speaker, clearly you can see the lack of interest and commitment portrayed by the leadership of the committee. Mr. Speaker, we were in a panic moment because there was nobody until my sister Halima came in to save the situation from the committee to table the report. That clearly tells you that indeed there is a lack of seriousness. Indeed, it clearly tells you that the lives of the people of Northern Kenya doesn't matter in this country. Mr. Speaker, I went through the report, and I want to, in a way, differ with my brother, Honorable Raso, when he said it is fairly a good report. I took a lot of time, Mr. Speaker, to go through this report page by page during the recess. Mr. Speaker, in my view, the report is so shallow, it is vague, Mr. Speaker, the report did not answer the question, or rather, the prayers sought by the petitioner. Mr. Speaker, the petitioner was very specific in his prayers. Number one, he was seeking the government to solve the boundary dispute, especially around the areas of Orandile. Mr. Speaker, his prayers were for the recovery of the stolen guns of NPR. That is a government gun stolen by people who are known. Mr. Speaker, the report was very biased. I got an opportunity to read.
What is your point of order, Honorable Member for Marsabit? Honorable Woman Member for Marsabit, what's your point of order?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity.
No, I've given you opportunity to, on your point of order. What is it?
What's your point of order? Not point of order, I think.
Yes, let me hear. I probably will pick something from it.
Mr. Speaker, Kenyans are losing life.
That's not a point of order.
Okay, then.
I would make a request, Honorable Member, because I gave you on a point of order, because I wanted you not to contribute, because we don't even have time. It's actually reached the time that we have talked about, which is 6 o'clock. If it was a point of order, I would take it. But if it's contribution, you definitely will have an opportunity to speak to it when we resume, probably Tuesday. You'll have your opportunity. I know you really were interested to probably speak on it. And the Honorable Jaldesa, your time is over.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Your time is over. Just to be very clear that you will have the remainder of your time when debate resumes. And for the Honorable Member for Marsabit, you'll also have an opportunity to contribute on this particular. I know it's an emotive thing, and many members from that region. I also know Honorable Wario Gufu who wants to speak. You will have your time. So we go now to the next order, because it is, you know, it's time bound, the other order. This is what we agreed at the beginning of this sitting. So next order. So since there is this is what the Honorable Honorable Olesan Kok had risen at the beginning of this sitting, asking for an adjournment motion on a matter of urgent national importance to discuss security in Laikipia County. Now, you will have the floor, Honorable Sankok. You have a maximum of 10 minutes. If you did less, the better, so that your colleague members can have enough time. The rest of the membership, it will be 5 minutes. Proceed, the Honorable Sankok.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and let me start by thanking the Office of the Speaker for approving this very important motion of national interest in terms of insecurity that we are experiencing in Laikipia, not only in the few weeks or months, but it has been perennial and recurring every now and then, and the state agencies seem not to be very keen in solving this issue once and for all. Honorable Speaker, we are facing insecurity not only in Laikipia, but we have seen even in Saku and northern Kenya. We are also ravaged by COVID, and we have also been attacked by drought. And from rumors, the cabinet have not sat for the past 8 months. God only will protect Kenyans. That is why we are looking upon God to come and protect us, because cabinet is supposed to meet weekly, and cabinet is one of the highest organ in terms of securing our country. Honorable Speaker, ghetto rustling, which is the cause of all this insecurity that is experienced in Laikipia, and land injustices. If I can only talk about ghetto rustling, Honorable Speaker, it is high time that this House pronounce itself on ghetto rustling, because it is a crime that is sanitized culturally to sound a bit not ruthless. Honorable Speaker, because in ghetto rustling, there is crime against humanity. There is murder, there is deportation of masses, there is even rape, Honorable Speaker, and there is robbery with violence. but we sanitize it to give it a cultural name so that we may not deal with it the way it is supposed to be dealt according to our penal code, like stroke 2A, Honorable Speaker, of murder, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, and the way our security agencies responded to the insecurity in Laikipia, Honorable Speaker, was wanting, because the regional commissioner, Mr. Natembea, the first response he gave was that bandits are more superior than Kenya Defense Forces and Kenya Disciplinary Forces. Honorable Speaker, he went ahead and said that the bandits have M16, whose shooting range is 3.5 kilometers, literally scaring away our police officers to stay in a radius of 3.5 kilometers away from the bandits. Honorable Speaker, or was the cows or the cattle being stolen, was Natembea aware of where it was being taken, or was he a beneficiary? Because you cannot scare away our security forces away from the bandits if you don't know where these cattle are being taken to, or you are a beneficiary of such crimes, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, what will the residents of Laikipia say when they heard that they have cried for the government to come and protect them, only for the government to come and say, we are inferior than the bandits? We don't have enough arms to deal with the bandits. What will the terrorists say? That Kenyans are vulnerable, they are open to attack. And the regional commissioner was actually addressing the world through media, Honorable Speaker. I think those are things that they should have discussed under the table, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the other cause of this insecurity in Laikipia that should be addressed once and for all are land historical injustices. There is a big chunks of land that was a corridor for migration in search of water and pasture by pastoralists. But because of land historical injustices, this land was harnessed and is the hand of very big ranchers, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, to solve this matter, we have to know how this land was acquired. Because you can only acquire land in Kenya through two means. One, be allocated land because you are a member of the group ranch, and of course your neighbors must have next to the amount of land that you have. If every resident or member of the group ranch was allocated 10 acres, then you should have something around there like 12 or 10 or even 20 at maximum, but you cannot have 98,000 acres like the one that is in Kidong Ranch in Narok, yet the neighbors have 30 acres each. Honorable Speaker, you can also buy land, and you can even buy the size of Nyanza province. There is no problem. But there must be a way that you have bought that land that is documented through sale agreements and others and transfer. Honorable Speaker, the way they are responding to insecurity in Laikipia is wanting. CS Matiang'i is on record on Hansard coming to this honorable house, August House, to claim that Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya have 15,000 hectares of land, inciting masses in Laikipia. If this one is true, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya have donated that land to pastoralists and herders. Why is it land not demarcated and allocated to the beneficiaries that the Deputy President have allocated to? It is because Honorable Matiang'i knew very well that he was lying. And if you can lie in the streets, you will not be allowed to come and lie on the Hansard in this house. Matiang'i must come and apologize and tell us if it was true that the Deputy President have 15,000 hectares of land, and if it is true, let him produce all the documentation and allocate that land to people that the Deputy President have donated to. Honorable Speaker, we have lost lives, and Honorable Sarah Korere is here. she actually, literally, persevered a hail of bullets and went to rescue a person with disability. A hearing impaired person with disability, that is a deaf, who did not hear the bullets being shot left and right. She literally, with her people, Sarah Lekorere, endured the hails of bullets and rescued 3 persons with disability. One of them is Getai Musa, who have called me, who is blind, Honorable Speaker. The other one is deaf. The other one was on a wheelchair, Honorable Speaker. Such leaders are the leaders that we need in this country. Honorable Speaker, I know you are also very brave, and you can endure a hailstorm, but hail of bullets.
No, just stick to your line of argument and leave me completely out of it, because...
Honorable Speaker, because I know this one have drawn a lot of interest and people want to contribute, the honorable members want to contribute, I want to say that it is high time the government solve the issue of insecurity in northern Kenya and in Laikipia and in part of the pastoralist region of this country once and for all. Because it have neglected us through the session paper number 10 of 1965, we have been marginalized, Honorable Speaker. The pastoralist region are taken as an appendix. No function, but exists nonetheless. This country is not addressing the issue in the 80% landmass under the hands of pastoralist region with a lot of seriousness, Honorable Speaker. We are like we are not part of Kenya. And it's high time that we tell them that we are part of Kenya. How can we lose all these lives, yet no cabinet meeting, yet our own president, whom I respect so much, and I'm loyal to him, Honorable Speaker, is mute on it? How? The whole of northern Kenya is ravaged by drought. We are mute. No cabinet meeting. So, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move, Honorable Speaker, and request Honorable Sarah Lekorere to second.
No, there is no secondment on this one, because remember...
I request all the members to support me on this one. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Let's have the Honorable Eshomo. We'll have many members speaking to this, and then followed by Honorable Majimbo. We then will come to other members, and I can understand where the real interest is in.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kunipatia nafasi hii. Na ya kwanza nachukuru Mheshimiwa Sankok kuleta hii habari ya Laikipia hapa kwa hii nyumba. Mheshimiwa Spika, vile nikishukuru hivyo, mambo ya Laikipia sio ya leo na sio ya jana. Mambo ya Laikipia ni kitu ilikuwako, vita ilikuwako, na hile tunaona Mheshimiwa Spika. Hata tukiongea Mheshimiwa Spika kwa hii nyumba, haitatatua. Ile itatatua ni watu kukaa chini na kujua shida gani uko Laikipia. Kwa sababu Mheshimiwa Spika, wale anasikia uchungu, naweza fikiria ni watu wawili, Pokot na Samburu. Kwa sababu gani Mheshimiwa Spika? Mheshimiwa Spika, Laikipia ni ya kila Mkenya. Kila Mkenya ako Laikipia. Lakini ile shida iko Laikipia ni shida kawaida. Na mimi nataka kusema kawaida. Ikiwa imebaki mwaka moja kwenda siasa, lazima shida Laikipia itokee. Na lazima watu wanaumia wako na shida, wale anahatia na wale anahatia. Kwa sababu ya nyasi, tunaambiwa nyasi ndio inaleta shida. Nyasi ya Laikipia ndio watu wanaendanga kutafuta nyasi. Watu wako na malani. Kuna watu wamenunua mashamba zao huko. Hakuna Mkenya hajanunua shamba Laikipia. Kila mtu amenunua shamba Laikipia. Hata Wasamburu wengi wamenunua shamba Laikipia. Lakini ile shida iko na ile inatuchangaza pia kabisa. Ng'ombe haongei. Wenyewe wale walikuwa na ng'ombe ndio anafaa kufungwa basi kama ameingiza machamba ya watu ndani ya nyasi. Kuliko kuua ng'ombe
kupiga ng'ombe risasi na ng'ombe haina hatia, hiyo ni kumaliza mwenye anategemea hiyo ng'ombe, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa sababu nikiongea hivyo saa hii, kuna mzee mmoja anaishi Laikipia miaka 35 na ng'ombe zake karibu 35 iliuliwa juzi na ni mtu wa Laikipia. Hiyo inaumiza mtu kwa sababu huna mambo mengine yote, una biashara nyingine yote isipokuwa hiyo ng'ombe. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, kwangu kuna wakati ilikuwa 2009 ilikuwa Laikipia ilikuwa imeosa kabisa. Na tukaanzisha kitu naitwa Peace Caravan. Tangu tuanzishe Peace Caravan miaka 11 hii vita haijawahi kutokea mpaka ikatokea tena juzi. Mheshimiwa Spika, bunduki haiwezi leta amani Kenya. Bunduki haiwezi leta amani Kenya. Mpaka watu wakae chini wajue shida iko wapi. Kwa sababu shida ya Laikipia sio nyasi peke yake. Sio nyasi peke yake. Hakuna mtu anafurahia mtu aenda auliwe kwa chamba yake ama avukishwe kwa chamba yake na atolewe aende. Hakuna mtu anafurahia hiyo. Hakuna mtu pia anafurahia ng'ombe ya mali ya mtu kuuliwa na mtu abaki bila chochote. Hakuna mtu anafurahia. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, kila mtu ako na land huko na watu wamenunua. Na mtu amenunua chamba ama amechukua ya serikali, hawezi kwenda kusema nimepeana chamba muje basi mchukue ama mgawanyiwe. Tunagawanywa na nani? Nani anagawanyia sisi chamba? Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, ile tunaitaka Laikipia kama inawezekana, leaders ya Laikipia na ya Samburu na ya Isiolo na ya Pokot wanafaa tukae chini wote na kujua shida iko wapi na kutatua, ndio sasa tuanze kuface. Kama ni serikali ndio inatuteletea sisi shida ya kupigana na bunduki, basi wote atuambie. Kwa sababu nikiongea hivi, Samburu ameongea hivi, Isiolo ameongea hivi, watu wa Laikipia ameongea hivi, haitasaidika Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi ninahimiza leaders wote tukae chini na tupate kujua watu wa serikali wana taabu gani na kutumia risasi na mandege kupiga watu. Mheshimiwa Spika, saa hii vita hii inaendelea Laikipia, si vita inaweza, ni vita inaleta shida mingi. Kwa sababu saa hii
Okay, Honorable Kalasinga, wakati ni 5 minutes, kila mtu ni dakika 5.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for me getting this time and to contribute. Mr. Speaker, Kenya is not a failed state. Kenya is a country that has a lot of respect both regionally and globally. Mr. Speaker, such issues that we can see now, and very unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, is that the security apparatus who are supposed to face issues on the ground are busy facing cameras and addressing the nation on televisions. I want, Mr. Speaker, to find out Kenya has a lot of specialized units that should be dealing with this, and we spend a lot of money, Mr. Speaker, in paying for these units. One is ASTU. ASTU is an stock theft unit, which has all the training that must inform this country what is this that they have failed to do, Mr. Speaker. It pains us, Mr. Speaker, if you can see the security apparatus addressing the nation, and in the background we have gunshots. What is this that is going on, Mr. Speaker? Believing so serious, Mr. Speaker, we also need to know how accurate are our security apparatus in these regions. They must face culprits, not face citizens. Mr. Speaker, it's shame to us, and this thing is global. You see now every information is worldwide. When you see Kenyans carrying, a mother carrying 2 children, Mr. Speaker, and even some with some sheep and goats, Mr. Speaker, it's painful at such a sanctuary where we expect work to be handled properly. And Mr. Speaker, also when we look at this, I'm wondering myself, where is this courage of these perpetrators? Where are they getting the courage from? Mr. Speaker, if today you saw a tortoise sitting under a branch of a tree, knowing very well that a tortoise cannot climb a tree, Mr. Speaker, then you must know that somebody placed it there. We want to know, Mr. Speaker, if this issue of insecurity is not being handled, then who owns this? Because maybe, Mr. Speaker, it is something that we are having. And finally, Mr. Speaker, why do we have such issues? Mostly when we are going towards elections. We must handle these things once and for all, because next year, Mr. Speaker, it will be serious, mixed up, and we can get serious issues if you don't look at this one, Mr. Speaker, and handle it properly. Mr. Speaker, when you look at this, Laikipia, it's a place, when I was in Egerton University, Mr. Speaker, we were going to Thompson Falls for love-making, Mr. Speaker. Now you cannot go to that area. Tourists can't come. Mr. Speaker, in these countries as we go, we shall scare tourists with such kind of issues, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Majimbo, I surely didn't hear what you used to go and do in the...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I may come back a bit. Yes. Mr. Speaker, Laikipia has the best sceneries for tourists. One of it is T Falls. Thompson Falls, Mr. Speaker, is a place that you can go and enjoy. Mr. Speaker, now you cannot go because of these skirmishes.
I think, Honorable Majimbo, you have very fond memories of the falls. Yeah, but please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now I complete.
Okay.
I complete this by saying that we must be serious, and as much as Mheshimiwa says that people must sit, Mr. Speaker, communities can sit, but if interests are not coming to unite, then the country must sit. We must see the cabinet sit and purpose, like what happened in Mount Elgon, and now there is peace in Mount Elgon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Moitale Olekenta, member for Narok North.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I'll give two members from this other side.
Yes. Honorable Speaker, what's happening in Laikipia is deeper than what we think. And in fact, it all emanates from the historical land injustices that were actually brought up through the 1904 and 1911 agreements. Agreements that were so unfair, that were pushed down the throat of the Maasai people, and that the agreements that made them lose everything that was theirs. In fact, when they made the agreements, I don't know which Maasai was able to interpret, which Maasai was able to read at that particular time. So all I can say is that there was no meeting of the minds. There was no what we call Adidas Adidem. There was no meetings of the minds. There was no consensus Adidem. Honorable Speaker, what is paining us most is actually the profiling of the Samburu people and the Maasai of Laikipia as illegal grazers in their own land. Because I believe that if the Kenyan people love the Samburus and the Maasais, then they should have also ensured that they bought the land when they were buying for the land, buying companies for their kinsmen. In fact, in the 1962 Lancaster Conference, the Maasai people were forced to walk out. The leaders were forced to walk out because they were told any Kenyan can settle anywhere. Yet the agreement was very specific that at any time, when the British decided to leave the land will revert back to the Maasai as long as they still existed as a race. The land never reverted back to the Maasai. A lot of money was actually brought from Britain. It was supposed to compensate those people. It was supposed to settle them. Other people were settled. So that the bitterness still persists today and it will not end anytime soon. Honorable Speaker, when I saw the killing of innocent people, I think it was a Pokot, who was being shot like an animal. And the forces there were actually treating him like a wild animal. Then I realized Kenya is at the brink of collapse. And if we are not going to handle this thing in the right way, then I think we are not going anywhere. We are just hardening our stance, and I think the outcome will be terrible. You know, a few years ago, more than 49 policemen were killed. The firepower that was taken that time was very minimal compared to this time. What was so special this time about Laikipia, that they took all their firepower, including military, such that they even shot the livestock of the Maasai people, the Samburus, using artillery. Why would the cabinet minister prove his manhood by destroying a community and their livelihood? I think there is something wrong, and it's something that we must not accept. My last plea is this, and this is a plea to the pastoralists, communities, wherever you are. We have to look out for one another. Because if you don't look out for one another, you will kill yourselves, you will finish yourselves, and everything that God has given you will go to other people. So you must come together, and I will plead to the Samburu people, the Laikipia people. Please, as Honorable Ashoma said, come together, talk, because nobody else will talk for you. Don't let politics divide you. Because I represent Narok North today, tomorrow I will not be there. You cannot push your personal interest to create a situation whereby the community will be finished. So I just request, and I will plead to everybody concerned, let us bring our people together. There are people with land there, and they've got their shambas. They also need the protection of the law, and they're protected by the Constitution. So you don't need to graze them on the land. But when we saw other people attacking livestock passing through the market there, maiming livestock, killing people, then how do you expect them to react? And then you blame them. How do you expect the Samburu and the Laikipia to react when you are actually waylaying their cows, cutting them, and doing all that thing? You think they'll just wait and see and just watch? So peace must be located, and it must be from all sides. So all I can say is that I plead for peace, but more than anything else, I plead for unity of these two communities. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Korere.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I want to thank my brother Sangok for bringing this motion. Speaker, I also want to take this opportunity to send my heartfelt condolences to the families and the people of Laikipia who have lost life and property in this mayhem. And Speaker, I want to speak as a representative of the people of Laikipia, not the Maasai, not the Samburu, not anybody, but the people of Laikipia who actually voted for me, irrespective of their race, their tribe, and anything. And Speaker, it is very sad. In this time and era, members of this House stand to chest thump about their communities and make it look like there is lives that are more important than others. As I speak, Mr. Speaker, I've lost more than 30 people from March last year to date. People who have been killed in cold blood murder. And Mr. Speaker, when the honorable member for Samburu, a member I respect so much, was speaking about Laikipia, I just wondered. Because from where I sit, if they really come to Laikipia to look for pastures, Mr. Speaker, you can't tell me when there is no food in your house, you go to your neighbor's house with a gun and bullets and kill everybody so that you take their food. Mr. Speaker, that is not acceptable. And the lie we are peddling here about Laikipia, and it is very unfortunate, because every time there is a problem in Laikipia, you know, leaders from Samburu, Isiolo, Baringo are hopping everywhere speaking about Laikipia. They should let Laikipia be ruled by the people of Laikipia, and if they want us to cooperate, they must come with respect. And Mr. Speaker, it's quite unfortunate that when we had these skirmishes in Laikipia, a very senior administrator from Rift Valley, one George Natembeya, comes there, tell the nation that the M16 rifles that are used by these bandits are from the foreign troops training in Laikipia. That is a very reckless and useless statement from an administrator who is good for nothing, Mr. Speaker, if I may say. And Mr. Speaker, Mr. Natembeya, if he really wants to be elected in Trans Nzoia, he must not use the issues of security around Rift Valley to use it and act to the gallery, talk so much and do a lot of nothing. And Mr. Speaker, it's quite a shame that there is local intelligence and they cannot gather any intelligence and process it and use it to deter these attacks, Mr. Speaker. The government must come there when 10 people have lost life, Mr. Speaker. It is quite shameful. And as we sit in this house, these guys are still sitting in their offices, taking tea, paid by the taxpayers' money, and nobody has held anybody accountable for this. And Mr. Speaker, if I may say, And I want to plead with the members of this House that for these senseless killings in Laikipia, in Marsabit, in Isiolo, somebody should be held accountable. And if the Cabinet Secretary for Interior is not ready to hold his people accountable, then Matiang'i himself must carry the burden. And Mr. Speaker, we cannot mince our words on that. Mr. Speaker, as I wind up, there is a land called Kirimon in Laikipia. And Kirimon, there are the Samburu people living there. They are not criminals, Mr. Speaker. They are law-abiding citizens. And Mr. Speaker, this land belongs to the defunct LMD. This land should be regularized, registered as a community land, and these people resettled there. Finally, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of these vernacular radio stations, it is quite shameful that some tribal chauvinists are jumping from one vernacular radio station to the other, and everybody is shouting hoarse about their community in total disrespect.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate Honorable Ole Sankok for rising to the occasion so that the House can address the issues of insecurity in Laikipia. Mr. Speaker, some of us, we've been around for a very long time. Yes. We were in the other parliament, the 10th parliament. Mr. Speaker, and I remember sitting in the same house, the same matter, the same house adjourned to discuss the insecurity in Laikipia. Mr. Speaker, I remember the same time, the same house rising to the occasion to discuss the issues of insecurity in Northern Eastern. Mr. Speaker, it is time that we must speak the truth. With the evolution of the Constitution and the establishment of the counties, Mr. Speaker, because if you look into this, it is politically instigated. Part of it, Mr. Speaker, cattle rustling has been commercialized. Someone should not tell us today that whatever is happening today, it is a criminal activity. Mr. Speaker, I was here in the 10th Parliament. We formed an ad hoc committee chaired by Honorable Boaz Kaino. We went all over Africa, including Chad and Ethiopia, where we've got rampant cattle rustling. We wanted to address this thing. The report came to the House. We made recommendations. Mr. Speaker, those recommendations were shelved. It has never been implemented. Mr. Speaker, with the county, I want to say this, that there is no tribe in this country that perpetuated cattle rustling than the Nandi community. And we fought the British for 11 years at that time. Mr. Speaker, but what changed the community? It is education. It is the infrastructure that was established by the government, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you go to Northern Eastern, the pastoralist communities, they get the money for the county government, from the county government. But today, if you go to those regions, the people don't have water closer to them. Mr. Speaker, if you go to those, how much are the county government getting? Millions of money, billions of money. The counties, Marsabit, all those like Laikipia, Mr. Speaker, Garissa, put it together, it's almost half of the budget of this country. But when you go there, they are not modernizing agriculture. So then people can leave cattle rustling and invest on modern farming, Mr. Speaker. If you go to these regions, Mr. Speaker, in fact, Mr. Speaker, they've got special funds. But have they changed the special funds to bring education closer to the people? No, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, what are we talking here? Mr. Speaker, it's the same issue. When it comes towards election, people sponsor violence so then they can weaken a particular person. And there are people in government, administration, the police, the security, they are teaming up with these criminals. Mr. Speaker, where do we take 1,000? If you steal 600 goats and sheep, where do you take it in this country? If you drive 500 cows, Mr. Speaker, be it at night, be it at daytime, Mr. Speaker, I am telling you, the footprints will form a road. Yes. And you can find where these cows, they've gone, Mr. Speaker. But we are being told that they have disappeared. Where? Mr. Speaker, there are two issues that we need to address this. We need to address the issue of the politics that comes towards elections and the issue of commercialization of cattle rustling by the security apparatus in this country, Mr. Speaker. That is the only way forward. I want to call upon the leadership of this country, and I want to say this, that I know Mr. Natembeya is a very committed Kenyan and hopeful. Members have raised a lot of aspersions on his commitment to restore peace in that region. But I want to tell you that as a person from Trans Nzoia, Natembeya is committed. So any other issue here of Natembeya trying to use the politics on the other side to try to perpetuate his succession on Trans Nzoia, I think, members, that one is a story of another day. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Savula.
I'm there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity also to contribute to this motion of adjournment on insecurity in Laikipia County. Generally, Mr. Speaker, the core business of a government is to protect the lives and the properties of its citizens. That is not happening in Laikipia and other parts of the country. Mr. Speaker, what I've seen from my colleague and their contribution, it seems there's a disconnect between the national intelligence services and the operations on the ground. What my colleagues have discussed from that region is that the government dwells a lot on reaction and is not proactive. The deployment of police force in this country and equipment should depend on the status of an area. Mr. Speaker, you'll find at night in Eastlands Estate, they deploy like 100 police officers at night just to roam in bars, harass people over COVID, in fact, extort members of the public on the road over issues of COVID, block Thika Highway, extort members of the public. When there's a sensitive matter the government is supposed to deal with in Laikipia and other parts of the country. Mr. Speaker, your daughter or your son, Savula's son or daughter, school in a better school in Nairobi here, where all facilities are provided for. Can you compare a student in Laikipia, where a school has been closed because of security, facing the same national exam with your daughter or my daughter? Who will enjoy in the examination? Who will pass the examination? There must be equity. Give these students, give these people enough time to read, enough time to study, protect the environment, beef up securities in school, beef up security in the environment, protect the parents and the students so that we can have a competitive environment when it comes to the national examination. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, let's not play politics with issues of insecurity. Let's not play politics with the issues of insecurity. Honorable Sangok has alluded to the fact that there are 15,000 acres of land that have been donated by the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, and that Honorable Matiang'i gave some information that was misleading on the Hansard here in Parliament. Let the DP speak for himself. And what we need, Mr. Speaker, is that we reduce the number of police officers assigned to cabinet secretaries. You find a cabinet secretary with 3 cheskers, with 5 police officers or 10 police officers. What are those police officers protecting an employee of government? In fact, the authority or responsibility to guard the people of Kenya regarding the security apparatus in the country should be allocated more to the civilian than these government employees. At the airport, They have closed some areas, say VVIP for cabinet secretaries, and cabinet secretaries are very junior. Look at the US Constitution. A cabinet secretary is not an equivalent to a congressman. But you see a cabinet secretary who has a house in Laikipia, another house in Kitengela, another house in Karen, another house in Loresho, all are guarded by police officers. My friend, it's high time we limit the number of police officers guarding cabinet secretaries. They are not senior than the representative of the people in this house. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Wilson Sossion.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to support the adjournment motion brought to this House by Honorable Sankok on insecurity in Laikipia. And it's not only insecurity in Laikipia, it is security in the entire country. Honorable Speaker, it is important to note that there is a ravaging drought in this country, and there are bound to be more challenges beyond security in pastoral areas like Laikipia. And Mr. Speaker, we need a more decisive action on this, considering the importance of Laikipia as a rich agricultural county of this country. It is also a serious tourist circuit of this nation. And so the security apparatus of this country should never tolerate any form of insecurity whatsoever within Laikipia County because of the importance in terms of the economy of this country. Honorable Speaker, I think we need to address where the issues exist squarely and where responsibility of security of the state rests upon. The Constitution of this country allows the security to ensure that property and lives are protected. And the age and civilization of this country we should not be having matters of cattle rustling and insecurity of whatever nature. Even if it is a land question around the election time, there is a Ndungu Land Commission report that should address historical injustices about land and about compensation. Has the government put it in the shelves? Has it ignored it? The historical land injustices, if that is one of the causal factors, must be addressed. But allow me, Honorable Speaker, to touch a very critical part that has been mentioned. The Cabinet of the Republic of Kenya, headed by the President, is obligated to be meeting every week. That is the government of Kenya. And if at this stage, the Cabinet has not met for 8 months, then, Mr. Speaker, I'm not wrong to say the Cabinet has abdicated and the President has abdicated. And then who really is responsibility for the day-to-day oversight of security of the country and weekly? Because that is reported to at the Cabinet. This operation that we are seeing, in fact, it is unfortunate that we are blaming Natembeas and the rest. They are operating under crisis. But I think the highest responsibility of security of the people of Kenya and security of the country lies in the Cabinet. Why is it that the Cabinet has not been meeting for 8 months? Honorable Speaker, who is superintending the national security then, if the Cabinet is not meeting to deliberate on these matters? And I think we cannot hide these matters forever. I am not wrong, Honorable Speaker, to say on the part of government from the presidency, there is a high degree of negligence in terms of security. And Kenyans could be on their own. And you know, State House is a public institution. And the Cabinet room in State House is created for the Cabinet to be meeting from time to time. And it is not they must meet weekly. Honorable Speaker, I think Parliament should even stop debating security matters in this House. And we debate the dysfunctional presidency in this country. It's important we debate because we want a functional presidency that gives us assurance of security of this country. Is Kenya on an autopilot in terms of security issues, Honorable Speaker? And that puts to question the annual report that the President tables in this house, how authentic is it if the very organs that are supposed to superintend on daily basis are not functioning? Mr. Speaker, we need to dig deeply and move deeply so that the presidency can play its role and the cabinet and assure Kenyans of their security. The people of Laikipia, and by extension the pastoralist communities, do not deserve any form of insecurity. One life is far too many to be lost in any form of insecurity, whether by cattle wrestling or
Honorable Lekomuntare.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Speaker, I want also to say something about this Laikipia issue. And I think, Honorable Speaker, Laikipia issue is a very serious issue we have seen. And I think, Mr. Speaker, as leaders from Samburu, we have an interest there because our people are living there, Mr. Speaker. And I think we cannot go away from Laikipia. Mr. Speaker, Laikipia belongs to all of us. And I think we cannot keep quiet when our people are suffering, when our people are being killed as if we are lesser Kenyans, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the government of Kenya is listening one side. Mr. Speaker, if the Samburus have problem there, then the people who are wrong should be taken into court. But why cattle are being killed, Mr. Speaker? That is a serious issue, and we have never seen a government, Mr. Speaker, destroying the economy of some people in this country. And Mr. Speaker, if you look at what is happening there in Laikipia, Mr. Speaker.
What is your point of order, Honorable Korere?
Mr. Speaker, I just want to inform my colleague.
No, if it is information, you know
Okay.
the process.
Let me put it this way, Mr. Speaker. Yeah. I don't think it is in order for the member to actually say they have interest in Laikipia, and I will invite him to come and vie as an MP or anything in Laikipia so that he can come and represent his interest.
Mr. Speaker.
I think what I want you to do, honorable members, please, we have only about 15 minutes. I want to give 3 members. Now, it would be wrong for us to raise issues now. I think let members vent what they have. We have been heard, Honorable Korere, so let's have
Mr. Speaker, it is very bad, and it is bad to play with the life of people because of politics. Honorable Korere should know that. No. And Mr. Speaker, I think...
You see where the problem is, Honorable members? No. Let us relax, Honorable Korere. Let us relax. Let members contribute, and please, Honorable Lekomuntare, don't mention names because
Mr. Speaker. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think, Mr. Speaker, we all know what transpired there, and Mr. Speaker, as we have kept quiet for a very long time, and I think, Mr. Speaker, if the Kenyan government want to solve that problem, then they should listen, all of us. If you see what is happening now, the leaders from Laikipia, they want to get Samburus out of Laikipia, which is not possible, Mr. Speaker. I think that one should be known. And where we have problem, Mr. Speaker, people have been lost their lives. We have seen in social media, people are being killed by the government of SAS. And I think, Mr. Speaker, it is wrong to say that all the Samburus are killing people in Laikipia. If there are people killing others, then they should be taken to court. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that one, we have to deal with it.
Okay, let's have Honorable Dahir, please proceed. And members, let's keep our cool, please. I understand how emotive this matter is.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
I first of all want to thank Honorable Songkok for
But
bringing...
what is your point of order, member for Bomet? Honorable Joyce, what's your point of order? I don't want to lock you out. And what is your point of order?
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I just wanted to ask whether it is in order for the honorable members of this House, because this is an issue that has been brought, at least for us to debate and have a solution about it. But remember, Honorable Speaker, the whole country is watching this House, and they are watching us to get a better, to give a better solution to the problem at hand. But the moment we fight again in this House, we are also showing a bad picture to those people whom we are trying
order. Honorable order.
So is it in order for...
Yes, I get what you are saying, but you have seen every member has kept cool. And by the way, this is an emotive issue. We cannot run away from it. The lives are being lost, and people are, members also have a right to vent their frustration. But let's relax, please. It's much better if this matter is resolved better. Proceed, Honorable Dahir.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And first of all, as I said, I want to thank Honorable Ole Songkok for bringing this motion of adjournment. Honorable Speaker, it's the responsibility of the government to protect lives and property. I don't come from Laikipia, but I have been watching the news very keenly, and it saddens me very much to see the loss of lives and property. I want to say that the cyclical occurrence of this conflict in Laikipia is similar to what has been happening in many parts of Kenya, particularly the pastoralist community. And I want to say that every time there is this kind of issue, I think people must realize there must be some form of injustice. From what I have gathered on my own, there is issue of historical land injustices. And I want to say that the government of Kenya has the responsibility to address that issue head on. Because even those ranchers, whether they are the white settlers or other Kenyans or absentee landlords, you will not enjoy living there if there are people who are not happy. And I want to say that the government must address that issue head on. The government of Kenya has very many specialized forces. Sometimes we see that they waste their time on non-issues. For example, in this city and Mombasa recently, there has been abductions of people in the middle of city center, and the people have been kept, sometimes leaving families in suspense. Those kind of security personnel should have been deployed earlier and use proper intelligence, because I feel that the intelligence has failed this country. We should have been able to know these conflicts which are coming up and to prevent and make sure that they don't occur. I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that we have had loss of livestock, houses were burnt, schools were closed. The government, of course, went and did some activities, but I believe that there is need to address the root cause of this conflict. And we want to appeal to the government and the people of Laikipia, whoever tribe they are in Kenya, please sit down together and talk to one another. Let also the government come open. There are tracts of land which are not being utilized, and some people are categorized as causing insecurity. The pastoralist community will look for pasture and food. Sometimes when they do that, conflicts will arise. And I think that because of that historical injustice, these issues will recur and recur and recur again. I want to appeal to the government, because the Minister for Interior, the President, and particularly because we are very sad, the President has kept mum on many issues which are affecting Kenyans. We would like the head of state to wake up and to call the security, the cabinet to order, so that we can address this perennial problem. With those many remarks, I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
As we wind up, let's have the Honorable Member for Samburu West and see if we can save some time for the Honorable Professor Oduor, please. And please, let's maintain our cool. We know how emotive it is. Let's not mention names. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity, and I want to thank my colleague, Honorable Songkok, for bringing this very important motion.
Mr. Speaker, it's a motion and it's a matter of national interest. We have been seeing what's happening in the country, we've seen in the media, and we've seen the security apparatus moving in strongly in Laikipia to resolve this matter. And we've also seen politicians from Laikipia and other areas speak. And I want to say it is important to note that everybody in this house has a right to speak. And everyone has a right to put their views on this matter, and that is why it was brought to this floor, Mr. Speaker. And on matters of Laikipia, it is important for us to note, and I want to say it from the onset as a peacemaker and someone who has worked even for peace in Laikipia before, is that every life matters, regardless of the tribe, of the community, and the property of everyone also matters. I want to, however, say that it is important we put facts on the table when we speak about matters to do with Laikipia, Mr. Speaker. We need to understand the genesis of this problem. And Mr. Speaker, it is important to note that what even brought issues at Olmoran, it is the security apparatus, Mr. Speaker, who went to a market and they took 2 pastoralists from the Pokot community, because they're not here to speak today, Mr. Speaker. And they took 2 Pokot in broad daylight in the marketplace. And there has been extrajudicial killing of the Pokots in Laikipia, Mr. Speaker. And their voice also has to be heard in this house. And we have to put it blanketly. The next day was a market day. And even people from Samburu County went to a marketplace in Tiati constituency, Mr. Speaker. And from there is when now the Pokots also said our people were killed, and even us, we will revenge, and that is how the whole genesis of Laikipia has gotten us to where we are right now, Mr. Speaker. And it is important we put the facts on the table. And it went on and on and on, Mr. Speaker. Government operators also have a way of inciting communities against each other. And I want to say this. When you see also probably the Samburu leaders, and I am one of them speaking, Mr. Speaker, or the Pokot, or the Kikuyu, or who it is, Mr. Speaker, it is because they have to lay facts on the table, and I just want to do 1 or 2 things for the pastoralists in Laikipia, Mr. Speaker, and I think across the country. There are 3 misconceptions that are there. One is that pastoralists are not supposed to live in Laikipia, or they do not own land in Laikipia, Mr. Speaker. As it was mentioned, there is a man who actually, he was walking with his title deed. When did it come to a point where we are walking with title deeds in our own land, Mr. Speaker, the same way we used to walk at the colonial time with our national identity cards? And when the police officers were shown that ID, and I have photos of it, they tore that title deed, Mr. Speaker, and killed 36 cows of that old man, Mr. Speaker. And so these are the things that also anger people, and these are things that we have to put on the table. We all sit as leaders. We will speak also to our young men. It is also wrong for them to go and invade land of small farmers, and that I also don't agree as a leader, Mr. Speaker. But the government also has to agree. So when we read headlines of saying, illegal, we are illegal, people who live in Laikipia, and also saying that it seems like pastoralists should not be in Laikipia when there are people who are bona fide. They were born, raised, and others have also bought land in Laikipia, Mr. Speaker. That is one misconception. The second thing, Mr. Speaker, I want to say, and I know I want to complete my minutes, Mr. Speaker, on this matter, because I might not get another chance to talk about it. The same security and the same force that we are seeing in Laikipia, Mr. Speaker. We have an area that actually has grass in Samburu, a place called Marti, Mr. Speaker. But because of insecurity, the pastoralists cannot go there. How come Matiangi, every time we go to his office, the CS, we discuss these matters, he says, I'll come to Samburu North, I will discuss. We want to see the same force being taken to Samburu North to ensure that we have security there. And because we cannot have it in some parts of this country to restore peace, and we can't have it in another place, Mr. Speaker. Lastly, this issue also of Marsabit. It is very unfortunate, and the leaders who are here would have wanted to tell them. The other day, we had a teacher from Samburu who was killed in Marsabit, Mr. Speaker. And we're going into election years. Our teachers are actually saying, please move us, all of us from Marsabit, because we are young.
Unfortunately, your time is over. No, the 2 minutes is what Honorable Professor Oduol will have. No, please. No, please. Honorable Oduol, you have some 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, it is my humble submission. I do understand that this is a very important motion, and I want to thank the Honorable Sankok. I also want indeed to indicate, even as I speak in my short time, Honorable Suda, I do understand and appreciate that how you were invested. Honorable Speaker, in the time that I have, I want to, acknowledge that as an outsider looking into Parliament, this is a pattern that I had seen coming, especially around the time when we get elections. And Honorable Speaker, I do understand indeed, and okay, Honorable Speaker, so with this exceptional time, I think I just quickly want to say that one, it is extremely important that as members of Parliament, indeed, as we speak in this united voice, we need to address this problem. It is unacceptable. No level of insecurity or violence. As has been said, every Kenyan matters. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, there are indeed committees. I sit in the Committee of National Cohesion and Equal Opportunity, and we did get a chance, Honorable Speaker, to visit Samburu, to visit Isiolo. We were, in fact, intending to go to Laikipia. Honorable Speaker, I appreciate and congratulate Honorable Sankok, but I hope that we will not leave this matter of magnitude to be discussed only in this way, because we need statistics, we need information. And Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, I want to indicate that I just returned from the first global summit on counter-terrorism and violent extremism. Honorable Speaker, in the IPU, this is a major concern that indeed the world over we find that inequality and sometimes inefficient and ineffective ways of getting the three arms of government not only to work in an accountable manner, but also to be accountable has been a problem. So I conclude, Honorable Speaker, by indicating that it is extremely important that the way the citizens in Samburu, for example, were expressing some fear in terms of the manner that they engage with the security, it is useful. Much. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, yes. And I do appreciate and support this. Thank you.
Order, members. Order. Order. Order, members. Time being 7:01 p.m. This House stands adjourned till Tuesday, 28 September 2021 at 2:30 p.m.